Dude, I do not know what the fuck is happening with all of my setup right now. Okay. I'm gonna actually, before we go further, I'm gonna buy a new cord right now for my fucking camera and see if it's a cord issue. I was gonna do this before streaming, then I forgot. USB A to C. Sure, let's just do this. Okay. It is purchased. God bless the conveniences of modern life. All right. It's game day, and that means another breakdown of what the hell went on today, which is indeed a question. This was obviously a day of a day of drama, as always, coming in clutch. Good stuff. Love to see it. Sirius got the cold whetstone. Yes, he did. Once again, I said the word Sirius, and my phone thought I wanted to talk to Siri, which I do not. These breakdowns are having an impact on players. Maybe. I know some of them, like, very intentionally do not watch, like, match breakdowns to, like, you know, maintain their sanity and stuff, because a lot of this is picking apart the gameplay. I wanted to try and leave a bit more notes about, like, look at this cool thing that happened, but again, like, casters typically do a better job of that in the moment, because it's like, for casting, it's like celebrating the moments rather than nitpicking. And I mean, Domo was doing a lot of nitpicking today. But yeah, we'll be doing our best to balance it out. I'm getting better at these as we go as well, so it's just how it do be. But yeah, the cam is still poo-poo cam. I did set up the Phoebe cam with the green screen at least, so it looks like at least kind of like the old setup, but the quality is noticeably shitter, which is annoying. Also, it's like a really nice camera, so the fact that it conked somehow is really kind of upsetting me. I really hope it's just the cable or something, and it's not like some part of the motherboard fried or some part of the camera fried. It was like, it was hot. It wasn't like that hot to where it should be destroying technology and stuff. But yeah, the other thing that I did note that because I know Sirius watches these, I did see Sirius buy Old Lord's Talisman, and that's something that I have been saying. Like, I don't necessarily believe that the buffs are the way to go in a lot of instances, but I have been saying that if you do buy the buffs, I would love to see some Old Lord's Talisman pickups. It's very cheap, it's pretty strong, and it makes, like, if you like the buffs, you know, it keeps the buffs on for all of the fight much more often. So, big fan to see that. But anyway, let's get on into it with match one, Parky versus Sirius. To preface, this day was always going to be a pretty painful day, I think, because Sirius and Roman are looking like the kind of like top new contenders of just like they're not perfect by any stretch, but like they're the new kind of like of the international players. They're the most well-rounded. Like, obviously Iron U's got his thing, which is its own deal. But as far as traditional bingo style goes, I think Sirius and Roman are looking the strongest of the newcomers, of the international newcomers. And I think that Parky and Twisty were going to have a pretty tough climb today. I saw a lot of really sharp moments from Twisty in the games against Romain. Um, it could have played out pretty well for her with some adjustments, and I will be talking about those. I don't know if she watches these of her own, but I know that she's been in here watching some post games. So hopefully, if she is interested in thoughts and stuff that I have as far, especially in the DLC, I think there's definitely some things that I could point out that would probably be helpful. And Parky, meanwhile, let's see. Those were the earlier games, so I think I'll save like my overall judgment until I'm kind of refresh myself about some of the things. But as always, we'll be going through the notes that I took live while watching. I think of all of the days lately, this one had the most like kind of consistent notes. Like every game there were notes. There were no games that were just like there's really nothing to learn here. It was just kind of a slaughter one way or the other. Like there were definitely moments that could like with some polish and stuff like present some pretty powerful things, and even like Sirius and Roman themselves, like they also had things that they could learn today. So anyway, let's get started. Sirius is great, quite greedy though. He's a little greedy, that's for sure. Twisty also has a real full-time job, pretty hard one at that, given that she's doing really well. Yeah, I mean it's like this is hard to to show up and do this kind of stuff. Like Twisty doesn't have like a speed running background. She has a challenge running background, but not like a hitless background. Like missing a lot of the kind of background stuff that a lot of like Roman, Sirius, even Iron U, they all have backgrounds in competitive Elden Ring. So like they have a natural leg up in terms of like the learning experience and stuff. Wish Parky would have seen Column 3. We'll get to all that. But anyway, well, speaking of which, let's continue on into it. So, game number 1. This was they both in the post game expressed some displeasure with the board, and I agree a little bit. Like this was a pretty big killing board, and I think like in order to play these with is kind of a disconnected board, right? Like there's a pile of hyper late game and a pile of early game. And I think part of the base game right now is figuring out still how the meta plays for these kinds of boards. So when I talk about early stuff, hi, Aoi. When I talk about early stuff, I'm saying things like 2 imbued keys, super rushable. You don't even need a weapon. 2 black knives, very rushable. 2 everjails, also absurdly rushable. What else? Magnus is always like a nice upgrade square, pretty rushable as well. Same with Elimer now, like Blank's having, shown us that the smithing 5s in there are quite nice. That's a rushable one as well, and like a good upgrade square. I think like somewhat noble, but as well, but it's a little harder with the no status effects clause. I think like people really underappreciate how important the no status effects clause is. It's like a really big deal for squares. Like the Radon no status effects like has a huge impact on how Radon is played. Same with Noble. Like if Noble were just Noble, like Apostle is, we would see a very different approach to Volcano Manor, I think. It's very hard to get like a good damage dealing weapon without status, and it also means you typically have to set up a second weapon because you want your main weapon to have status a lot of the time. So anyway, there's these pile of early game squares, and then there's just like a big, huge pile of like big killing. Reichard's always a weird one because weapon upgrade doesn't really matter. It does for this, but not for Reichard because you're always in there with the +0 Serpent Hunter. So that one's always kind of a strange one. But yeah, Melania, Moog, Fire Giant, Memby, I believe there was daggers, whips as well, like just like Glovewort Bellbearing 2, like all this really icky, thick late game shit that you just have to slog through a bunch of hit points and stuff. So the upgrades are super important. And I think like Parky's biggest problem this game was like finding the upgrade path that felt good. I think Sirius didn't do like a perfect job of it either, to be sure. There was like one time in the chat when Tom was like, why isn't Sirius just like marking a square to get some money because he like ports to mountaintop, and like I don't know, worm face is still sitting there, I'm pretty sure. I left a note about it, so we'll get to that. But like finding a way to get through these boards while like still doing the nice thing of progressing your progressing like the squares on the board while also getting ready for the late game. It's hard. Like it's a difficult aspect to approach the early game. And Parky in particular had a really tough time, I think, using like her early game time getting set up while also making meaningful progress towards meaningful squares. Some of that was due to going both Haligtree and Mogwin, but again, we'll talk about all of it as we get there. I think like if you don't really know what to do on this kind of board, this is a fine instance of an AFK 12 board. You can go for the Elemer, you can go for the Magnus as your upgrade squares. You could consider just like rushing the imbued keys with no weapon and then doing the AFK 12 type approach of just go sit out the rest of the board and get your stone. But it's a little tough to like Parky tried to contest Magnus at a time that got her sniped, which, you know, you're never gonna know, but like it's all of it, and then like once it does get sniped, then she doesn't want to keep doing it for the 6, and then she's got to like port out. It's tough. So I think like a lot of players in her position probably would have just AFK'd in the early game on this board and just gotten set up, and I think it would have been better than what happened. But I think there's a better way to play the board overall, but I think that's like if you're confused, just go and get set up. Just just sack the early game and hope that your setup takes the late game. But anyway, let me get to the first note, and that, by the way, is the overarching theme. I try and do an overarching theme with every single one of these games. Like, what is the main lesson to learn? Bro is quick on the drama. Hey, you know, that's why I take notes live, so we're ready to go. And the overarching theme of this game is how to handle a big board. So when I say big, I mean all of those big fat late game squares that require a lot of juice to get through and get through efficiently. Because obviously you could go and kill Mulaney at like plus 12 with a Great Stars Cold or something, but like, you know, we want to be doing things quickly and efficiently. So anyway, right off the rip, we have Sirius go to Haligtree, which I thought was interesting, because Mohg's on the board. A lot of the time, when Mohg's on the board, you want to do your setup in Mohgwyn, especially if it's a corner square and likely to be relevant. And because, like, on a lot of boards, there's some very obvious money on the board. And whenever I say money on the board, it means, like, ways to directly translate runes into squares. And that often takes the form of stat dump, like 30 Arcane, 30 Int, 30 Faith, or it takes the form of Mog, or it can take the form in, like, less obvious ways, like killing with whips requires a lot of dex, killing with remembrance requires a lot of stats, daggers not so much, that's typically more of a where do you find a dagger square, and then other ones being like sorceries and incantations, and or like killing with sorceries and incantations, or acquiring sorceries and incantations because they cost money to buy or stats to cast, etc. But you get the idea. So there is a lot of money on this board, but it's not super obvious. So Mohg to me feels like a pretty safe bet for like where to get your money. Haligtree is faster, and I think Sirius was making the read that he does want to get out on the board quickly, and more quickly than just going to Mohg and then going back, right? He's like a little scared that some lines start to form, perhaps. The thing is like, most of the lines made with the early squares do get stopped by the late squares, so it's like, if you're ready for them, I don't see the problem of foregoing the early game. Like, if we look at, like, these 3 squares are all pretty fast, bang, Fire Giant, dead in the cradle. If like your opponent's super upgraded. I mean, you don't want to have to go do Fire Giant, but like if you're ready for it, then whatever. But basically the way that you know that this is going to be true is this top left diagonal. Every square in this diagonal is a super deep square requiring a lot of like power upgrades, map presence or whatever. And whenever a diagonal is incredibly painful, it means that every single line has a pretty painful block. Because just like how diagonals block all bingos, no bingo can be achieved without having a square in the diagonal. So if all the squares are bad, it means all the lines are, you know, you're not going to be like runaway bingoed super quickly. But anyway, so setting up the Moog for the money would have been a great idea for either of these players. Neither did it off rip. Again, Sirius looking to get a little bit more set up fast and out on the map. Meanwhile, so Parky, what she does here is goes to mountaintops to meet like early weapon requirements or get early stones or whatever. The Rotten Hammer does take a fair bit of stats to wield. Heads to Liurnia. Wait, did she take the teleporter before? Okay, this is probably a bit of a issue here. So a big part of going to the mountaintops to get the cash means that you can go and get the really fast stones in Liurnia. So going straight for the teleporter does like rather than going past and getting the stones at the Liurnia merchant, like this means that she could have a +7 smithing basically right now. Instead we have this academy grace. And she does, I think, go and grab the stones for free over here. And I feel like I wasn't paying super close attention because I think I was watching Sirius at this moment. But I think she like keeps going and gets 3s somewhere too as well. Yeah, she gets the academy key and runs all the way up for 3s. So like if we look at what academy is on this board, it's excuse me, Top's key. It's like a grace for Everjails, I guess. Did she grab the grace by the 3s or no? Because this is this was probably, she just has the temple quarter grace. So the grace past the 3s could have been nice for imbued keys. So like a little bit of pressure on this line could have been cool. So like if you weren't going to go do those +7 stones at the Liurnia merchant, then getting something here would be kind of nice. So I don't hate the stones that she got for sure. It's just I would have maybe preferred like getting that grace for the imbued keys and then actually doing them. Round table weapons are mid but decent, like Zamor's sword and Watchdog staff quite nice. Pickaxe also pretty good. I think that's what Sirius opts to use. Sorry, the restart didn't fix the cam. Yeah, I'm pissed. A new wire has been ordered, and hopefully the next stream will be ready to go with that. And so Sirius just went to the Liurnia merchant after Haligtree. He's at +7 smithing right now and is starting to work on squares, which is a fine place to be. I have, marking squares is cool. He's getting upgrades, getting some map under his belt, and then he doesn't really dilly-dally too much further and goes and gets his Magnus kill for his Somber 6, which I definitely like. I think like the thing that he did that maybe is a cool thing to learn from his routing is that he used the 2 Everjails as an upgrade square. So I thought we talk all the time about upgrade squares. Scar Seals, Dragonkin Soldier Boss, Magnus, Elimer, Tunnels, all that kind of stuff. Like these are good upgrade squares. And I actually think that Sirius has shown right now that 2 Everjails is an upgrade square as well. If you just like go to Adon, Liurnia Merchant, into Crucible Knight, because you're +7, which makes these fights pretty like reasonably fast, and then you're like reasonably upgraded. So Liurnia Merchant, get the stones. Stormhill, get the ones, or no wait, you don't even need the ones from Stormhill if you get money first. And then like we're just good to go on the board with a square, and then we're looking at where our next stones come from. So really like this play. I think this is something that, maybe this was known to better base game players than I. Like I'm not really the base game expert, but I did like this. I did like this a lot. Lurk until it's time for drama. Hell yeah. We'll get there. Okay. Then I did make a note that Parky goes Haligtree as well. So she does Mountaintops and Haligtree, and none of this is Moog. So it's just like more time ticking away on this clock that is not squares, and it's not finishing the upgrade path. So if we look at this timer right here, the reason that it's called AFK 12 is that at the 12-minute mark, you have a a fully upgraded weapon, whether that's a +8 or a +9 or a +10 or whatever. Like AFK 12 means it takes roughly 12 minutes to get that full kit of upgrades off the rip. And so for Parky right now, we're AFK, but like we're +9 smithing. So whatever has been happening is not the most efficient as far as upgrades, which is something that is spooky. It's spooky on a board like this. Like Sirius has a square, and he's essentially at the same upgrade level as her, and essentially also at the same money level. Because we went to mountaintops and we didn't get a square with like that money. Like the power of mountaintops is to get that first little injection of monies to make your weapon wieldable, or to get your +7 upgrade and then get a square. But if you just like go mountaintops and then go Haligtree, then you have more money than you actually need for your first square. So a lot of this is just a little bit slow, a little bit dilly-dallying, and we need to get on the ball a little faster in order to get competitive on the board. So Sirius here getting prepped for that Magnus. I believe he also gets Wild Strikes, or already got it. So, which is really, really powerful for Magnus. The Magnus is hysterical, by the way. But Parky is eyeing this up. Like, this is a good instinct. Like, go get the +7 or +9 in her case, or whatever. Get Wild Strikes, get ready to go, and go for Magnus. And, like, if he cooperates and stuff, the Wild Strikes makes him free. If not, then, like, Battle Hammer is a pretty reasonable weapon to just fight him straight up. And then she should have like the money that she needs from Haligtree to have a reasonable amount of vigor to not get like one shot by anything other than Lion's Claw. So Magnus being an upgrade square is great. Blocks Sirius's column, all that kind of stuff. The other alternative would be getting the Smithing 5s in Elemer. It's probably more likely that Sirius is eyeing up Magnus, so if she's scared of getting sniped, I think she has other options. But Elemer's also not like the strongest square in the world, so like going for the stronger square, pretty good idea, I would say. But it does wind up in a snipe. The problem is it's a snipe and a death. If it was just a snipe and she still got her 6, this would be like not a huge tragedy. It would still be okay. But the problem is also Sirius takes kind of a interesting jump here. I wanted to look at this. Okay, so he's angling to try and get to the Great Hammer check, where like really if you just kind of go off the bridge and ride down, there's some like let's get the drawing ready. So on the bridge, oh wait, actually he had the bridge, whatever. On the bridge, if you look at a cross section of the bridge, there's like this ramp where if you like Peepo Torrent from here and jump here, and then you can just like ride down this part of the bridge. There's like a ledge, and that's like a really clean route to Magnus. But he wants to get the Great Hammer, so he heads up that way. It's Brick Hammer, not really all that different than Rotten Hammer, to be honest. Both are pretty shit range, pretty tough requirements. It's like better scaling wise, but the scaling wouldn't really kick in until very late on this game. So he's got access to both. He can use both at his leisure. All well and good. So Sirius arrives here ahead of Parky. He's 2 smithing levels behind, not a tangible difference, but he does manage to get the Wild Strikes loop for the most part. This was a very active early game, by the way, so we're not even having to skip around and stuff. It's all content. All good things. Okay, so runs out of stamina, has to try and get the loot back again. This is why Bleed Grease is really important for like the for the 1 cycle on this, and then he greeds it, gets killed, but in PvP it takes you like ever to die, so Magnus actually dies while he's still like despawning out of the fight, and he gets credit for it. He gets the stones, and he even respawns alive, which is unreal. That's crazy. And then also I kind of missed how, I'm pretty sure Parky tried to Wild Strikes into a Lion's Claw and got squished. So you could say that she maybe should stay and try and get the like stone here. I think, I don't know what others think. I feel like I would probably give it another crack to try and get the stone, because like not only is it a stone, it's another hammer check. Also, Sirius got 2 brick hammers, I just realized. Like that was a second brick hammer. What the hell? I didn't even know that was possible. But instead she goes to set up Noble. So, like, what we're going to see from Parky in the next several minutes is a lot of setting up some kind of deep stuff that then doesn't really get converted. Because, like, she's still looking for a Somber 6. So instead of doing Magnus, it's like, okay, let's go Noble, because there's a 6 there. That's true. That's true. Noble is pretty good. Manor is pretty good. There's Rykard, Restore, Column 3. That's a reasonable threat. Okay, I feel you. The problem is we kind of like just keep splitting out into different parts of the map without establishing priority on anything for a very long time. Liked the Volcano Manor pivot for upgrades, but should have committed all the way. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Still have the cam go poop text up. Yep, this is not the good cam if you couldn't tell. This is this is the Phoebe cam. That's why the quality is such shit. But hopefully cam fix soon. Hopefully cam fix soon. Okay, so now we have a threat on the column, which also finally kicks me off of the only person who obsesses about squares thing, because Dom yells about tree spirits for, I think, the next hour. I think actually the next entire hour. Which is hilarious. So Sirius finishing his upgrade route, which is very, very good. He's going to be completely set up on a board that, you know, I love how he has an early threat. Got, like, this is really, really top tier, by the way. Really, really fucking good. Got 2 squares out of our stone route, and they form a threat, and then he gets the space to go and get fully upgraded. Like, so good. I think as far as the who's pet square is more like intense, like Dom's was context based, mine is more true in a vacuum. I feel like if you go to Shadowkeep and Ansbach's Secret Right scrolls on the board, you should almost always get it, unless there's a huge reason not to. My Xbox Connect camera looks great. Yeah, thanks, dude. So I would say that if you were looking for would Jack yell about the Ansbach Secret Right scroll again, the answer is 100%. And would Dom yell about tree spirits again? It would depend on the context of the board. Like, tree spirits is kind of like whatever as a square. He just wants one of them to get the square that is in this spot. It's this spot that he cares about. It's not that, it's tree spirits. But anyway, moving on. So Parky setting up Moog. So basically we've hit every single free money spot except Ordina. So we did Mountaintops, we did Haligtree, and now we're doing Moog. And like it's all good, like power is good and stuff, but like this is the thing, like the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking away, and like this whole time Sirius is having efficient upgrades. He's gotten 2 squares for his troubles. And he's going to be all maxed out, ready to handle the entirety of this board. And Parky has some map progress, which is really nice. But, like, no... There's a difference, fundamentally, between what is map progress and what is prio. Like, prio establishes some boundaries between you and your opponents. Like, it establishes, like, this is some stuff that I'm claiming for myself. If you... want it, you have to gamble that I'm not going to clean it up or something. So establishing prio kind of pushes your opponent towards other things and allows you to read what they're going to do on the board more clearly. If you don't have any prio, then your opponent has no reason to respect your prio and can do whatever the hell they want. So Parky could in her mind, I don't know, but could in her mind be thinking, I'm ahead on imbued sword keys. True, but you don't have prio on imbued sword keys. like Sirius could just do the square, right? So it's like you still need to actually either show that you can do the square before your opponent by telling them something on the board, or you have to actually do the square. So like Parky's prio right now, there's a lot of it. She's ahead on Moog, she's ahead on imbued keys, she's ahead on Topps key, she's ahead on Noble, she's ahead on Rykard, she's ahead on Rykard's Great Rune. By virtue of that, she's ahead on Membi because she has a Membi closer at hand. They're both tied on Wormface. They're kind of, I mean, a lot of the rest is kind of a wash, right? So like there's a lot of stuff that she has progress towards. We just need to communicate that or do it. Those are the two options. You can't just like sit on it forever. Like Sirius has some onboard prio on Wormface, like because he doesn't know where Parky's been, and so he's like, well, Parky could be here, so I'm gonna kill Wormface. So this is like a great call. Like clean up prio that your opponent could be interested in because they're dark. Like really, really nice. Like Wormface doesn't wind up being like super important or anything, but like the philosophy is really good here. And meanwhile, we're still working on upgrades. This is a repetitious route upgrade-wise. Between Haligtree and Mogwin, you get no new stones. It's all the same stone progress. So Parky still needs to get her Somber 6/Smithing 5s. And then we can get maxed out, and then we can start to do things efficiently. But right now, it's just like a lot of running and a lot of no actual real progress. General question, how do auto upgrades work? I can cover that really quickly. So basically, for when you like drop a weapon, it upgrades to whatever your highest weapon level is. And for Somber, it's very simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, etc. Oh wait, I'm behind some of this. Fuck. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This translates into a correlating smithing level. 2, 5, 7, 10, 12, 15, 17, 20, 22, 25. So basically from this you can see that like if you drop a Somber weapon level 2 and pick up a smithing weapon, it will be level 5. So this is how it goes. It's basically 2.5 smithing per Somber. And then, like, because it's in, like, these are whole numbers and stuff, it just kind of alternates between 2 and 3. So, like, this is why this, like, the difference between 12 and 15 is this is the smithing 6 range. This is the smithing 5 range, sorry. And so this Somber 6 stone over here jumps the smithing 5s. So for some reason 6 and 5 line up together in this upgrade route. That's why we put so much emphasis on the Somber 6 and the smithing 5s. Those are the most important stones. And they're also kind of like the ones that are the most tricky to get, because there's stacks of 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, like pretty easy to get. 5s are, there's no stacks of 5 around. You have to like do a tunnel or do some other shit. And then 6s are pretty tricky to get to and things like that. And then Lake of Rot has 7 and 8, and then Haligtree or Mogwin has 9 and 10. So typically the 5s and 6s are the linchpin of like how you're routing in your square or your squares with your stones. Okay, now let's see. Where am I at in my notes? So we're still we're still moving. Like, again, if we compare this, the time right here, like this time, every minute above 12, hang on, for Parky is concerning, because this is how long it takes to get a maxed out weapon if you're just like not impacting the board at all, which currently she is not impacting the board. She is moving towards squares, so like this whole time, like, we're just, like, watching stressed, like, please turn these into squares, please turn these into squares, which, like, it's all of its progress, it really is. It's just like, please! And, like, one thing that I do say relatively often is that when you're just kind of, like, rolling, like Sirius is, like, he's just doing whatever he wants, that doesn't like you can just be as greedy as you want because there's no like nobody's telling you anything. Parky's not making Sirius do anything, so he can just be as greedy as he pleases. So getting the imbued keys with Top's key is like incredibly greedy. It takes way longer to get this imbued key in the academy than it does the ones out in the open world, and this level of greed just is like so unbelievably synergistic and powerful by comparison that it's really like good for him to pull further and further ahead. Is that 12-minute why I call it AFK 12? Yes, it is. In the first several match reviews, basically, I was noting how players were just kind of like not impacting the board until the 12th minute when they, around average, have their max weapon upgraded, and so that was where that phrase came from. Okay, so now Parky's in the Lake of Rot, and we're about to get essentially maxed out. I don't know if she grabbed the Somber 10. Doesn't really matter. 8, 9, and 10 are not, like, a huge difference in the base game. Like, it's nice, but, like, when you compare somebody killing things with a Somber 8 and you compare people killing things with a Somber 10, it's like, I can't clock the difference, to be honest. It doesn't really feel all that different. You can kill anything and you can kill anything quickly, whether it's a couple seconds faster or not, it's really hard to tell. But in any event, we're approaching minute 30, so we're up to like 18 minutes of time that if we had just, it's 15% damage from 8 to 10. Yeah, it's like one like two-handed sword talisman. Yeah, that makes a fair bit of sense. I mean, I suppose it's not like directly the same because like scalings increase, and if you're infused with like cold or something, then the cold number go up or something or whatever. Just the best talisman in the game, sure. I mean, it is something. It's not like I don't find it to be a huge deal, to be honest. I mean, I'll grab like a 9 if it's on my way or something, but yeah. But yeah, being able to get away with this level of greed right here is like, oh man. But again, there's no reason not to do this from Sirius, because hypothetically, if Parky does decide to rush imbued keys right now, then like, okay, that's fine. I got an Academy key or something. Or if Parky was rushing Academy key, then I don't know, maybe Sirius. I don't know. There's no reason for him not to try and do this because Parky's not showing him anything. So it's like really important to get on the board so that you don't let your opponent do whatever the hell they want for as long as they want to do it. Because good players will find good synergies and be really efficient, and that's not something that you want to have to deal with. Okay, so we're upgraded now, nearing the 30-minute mark, and we're getting out on the board. I don't know. I don't know, like, what was the cause of having to do, like, so many different money routes from Parky. I don't know if it was the indecision, the stress, or, like, she started doing money, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, actually I need to have Moog prepped, or I need to do something else to get something else prepped. But we do really need to start marking these squares. I don't know if she has, like, a reasonable... I think she has, like, an option for Noble, but, like, so, like, marking Noble here would be a really nice start. It would be, you know, fuck off of Volcano Manor. It would put some pressure on the column 3. Like, all of that's nice. In a way, this, like, Omen Killer's kind of nice, too, because it is a duo trio boss, and she is ahead on Academy and stuff. But again, Sirius doesn't know any of this. Like what one Omen Killer is still... you know, half of a square. We're still in the dark. It's still a third of a square down here. And Sirius still has no idea what's going on. So there's like nothing preventing Sirius from being like, well, all of a sudden, I have all these lines out of Noble. Maybe I should do Noble. So, like, do Noble. We gotta get on the board. We gotta send some info. We gotta stop him from doing whatever the fuck he pleases. It's terrifying. So yeah, lots of map and lots of parts of squares, but oh my god, we need to get on the board. We need to get on the board. Let me consult the notes again. I don't have notes for actually a little while, I think. So Parky's gonna progress some of these squares that don't show progress for a little bit. Sirius is still just like doing very synergistic things, going for a duo boss that's in Kaled. Super chill. Was there stabs on this board too, or was that a different game? That might have been a different game. Yeah, that was in the Twisty match. Just good synergies, doing stuff that's nearby. We go whip only here, makes a good deal of sense. Like, as I mentioned at the very start of all of this top left diagonal is full of a bunch of crud. Whip only is probably the cleanest block on this diagonal, and also like starts to form one of these cursed ass square shapes. Like, when you get like 4 squares like in an actual rectangle, like it starts to form like just threats galore. The Omen Killers does block it out, or block out one of them from Parky, but then it's still like this shape, which is still, you know, 3 threats. So still pretty good, and also closing off the diag. But again, like we gotta get this guy off of whatever he wants to do. So I think like the Omen Killers here, it does show duo trio progress. Like, one of them is a duo boss. Sirius knows that there's a number 1 here. Again, now is probably another really good time to go and do Noble in Volcano Manor. Just like start to really establish this column 3, get some good blocks that we need, and let you do stuff. That's the thing. We shouldn't let you do your stuff. We need to stop you. We need to stop this man. Doing weapon checks here is great, though. I really like this because these base games demand like a lot of different weapons. Like, especially on this board, like what if there was a whip here? What if there was a dagger here? Obviously, there's not gonna be a remembrance weapon there, but you know what I'm saying. And like even just this like rotten battle hammers kind of on the midge side of things. So like getting something that doesn't add status for the noble, and just like in general, like checking merchants along your way is really nice. Like, we see Tom use like 10 different weapons in a game, and sometimes he's overcooking, but like a lot of the times it's like makes a lot of sense. You in the base game, you typically don't like go for huge amounts of like strength for damage anyway, so just like spread out your stats to meet requirements, use the best weapons for the fight. Like, having the correct weapon for like damage types against weak enemies to that damage type is going to be more damage than having an extra 10 strength, you know what I'm saying? So having that flexibility in your weapon setup is represents big damage, like way more than talismans, because you know a lot of bosses have like a 40-point swing in resistances. So 40% damage difference is way bigger than a lot of different sources of damage that you can give yourself. Anyway, back to this. So we're ahead on duo trios. Sure. Where do we go from here? Going. Oh, right. Dom's furrowed brow here was thinking that it was going to be a Crucible Misbegotten duo with Radon. There's not like a lot of Radon on this board, though. It's like kind of interesting. Usually there's something with Radon. I mean, there's all these remembrance kills. There's horse bosses. It's like, it's You were in Sirius's channel and we were all confused why Parky didn't mark anything for 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, again, she's set up for a lot of stuff. She really is, but like, she was set up for Stone Sword keys, and Sirius just did a really greedy Stone Sword key thing and took it away. It's tough. Oh, also, we were killing the wrong lobsters for Sirius. The easy way to remember this is it's the only lobster who's awake at this gazebo. It's like when you go to this gazebo, you weren't paying attention. Anyway, for the fans, there's a lobster who's up and wandering around, I think off this direction. That's the one who is the ghoul in disguise. But, you know, extra runes, that guy that he's running at right now. That's the transforming one. Okay, so Parky has a grace for one of the larval tier enemies. And, like, I feel like she said that she was, like, only kind of interested in this larval tier square, but, I mean, it's still, like, pretty good for her. It's a block on the column. It's a block on... or it's a progression of her row. Like, it's... We got to start doing things. We got to start making some stuff happen. We're all upgraded. Let's bust through some shit. But was this your third No, you still have... Okay, she gets a little lost trying to find this one. This was that was number 3 from Sirius. Okay. So yeah, the snipe, bit unfortunate. And then here's where I believe the ulcerated tree spirits chatter really kicks off full force. Drinking game for this VOD. Take a shot every time Dom mentions tree spirits. We have 3 more games to get through. I would love to not be a puddle. Oh my god. Okay, so going for the duo trio bosses here. This does set up a, say it with me, tree spirit. But I think, like, who was it? I'm trying to remember. I think it was Swed. Swed said in a post game the other day that when he was against Gray, that he felt like the moment he started to fall behind is when he was like relatively juiced, but then chose to do a bunch of squares with numbers in it. Because like not only like does numbers mean more health bars to slog through, but it also means just more running. It's just more places to go, and it doesn't necessarily like utilize your juice very well. We are quickly learning that in this like base game format, that once you get juiced, there are a lot of squares that have one single name on them, and they are really, really strong to just like go do once you have the damage to tackle them. So like Elimer, Moog, Melania, that's less their extent, Fire Giant, but like Rykard's, he's a little bit different because of the Serpent Hunter thing, but like even just like Remembrance with daggers, Remembrance whips, like all of these stuff like cascade and they tumble and they progress more quickly. Like these squares like this, they feel really mopey by comparison. And like right now, the column 3 is still alive and well. We're doing well, and we port to Volcano Manor. This is huge. This really is. And this column is icky, really, really icky. Like this could really be a pretty tangible threat. Because like the other super important part about this play is it deals with what Sirius is doing, because this deals with column 1 and this deals with column 4 if you actually kill Rykard. So I think like I did add your contribution to the notes, say. I've actually been kind of running off the cuff because there's so much to talk about in this early game that I actually just don't have time to look at my notes. And it's not even an early game. We're 43 minutes in. There's so much to talk about this game. Like this play here through Noble is so good. It's so good, but then we pivot away. And that one really, really hurts, I think. So let me skip ahead to where that actually happens. So we have our Noble fight. I believe she first tries it, right? Yeah. We first try Noble. Sirius is in the middle of getting abducted, which is like hypothetically very, very bad for him. Yeah. Look at his face. And then he's stuck here with the trapped debuff, so he has to like get a grace or kill Noble or something. But then we go to Moog, and if we think about it, like, okay, I do like this decision, by the way, to go get a sacred tier, because if you're not like fully confident in Moog, having like better healing is really nice, and it's going to be good for a lot of different things on this board. So I like the decision to get a tier here just fine, but like, oh my god, like all of this pressure, and like what Moog gives, like, yeah, I have what Moog like gives, like, yeah, it does deal with this shitty diagonal or whatever, like so does this. It like it is prio that she had from a long time ago, so like I get wanting to close out on it and stuff, but like and like hypothetically Sirius, I guess, like shouldn't be here, but like I don't know, Rykard really doesn't take that long to do. It stares at Sirius, smile. It really doesn't take that long to do. It's like a pretty short run, and then you just like do the fight and move on with life. But like I don't know, it's just like you can, when you mark these squares that do have like a gatekeeping element, like when you mark in the DLC, for instance, if you mark ADM and there's like a really good play in South, you could be like, oh, I've got South Prio. Surely my opponent won't invade my South Prio and I can do something else. And that is true-ish. But there's always a few things that you can't account for. For one, your opponent could have been on your ass and sniped. And for another, like, how long are you going to actually give it? Like, you have to pick, like, if you have a good idea of where your opponent is, you can pick an activity to do that is 100% safe. Like, like say Sirius just marked, I don't know, Elmer or something. You could reasonably say, all right, this Volcano Manor play is 100% safe because I know where he is, I know where he's been, I know he's not here. Let me, like, and it takes like maybe 2 minutes or something to get into Volcano Manor via abduction, and then he could be in the Noble fight. What could I do in 2 minutes? And it's like, okay, maybe I'll go kill Margit real quick to open up the third tree spirit and access to Godric for one of these remembrance kill squares or something. Like, that would be a really nice use of time because, like, okay, he can't be here now doing this, but this takes a while. Like, even if this was first try, and even if Parky's damage was, like, even better than it was, Moog does not take, you know, a super short amount of time. So, like, it's... And it's also not, like, super important on the board right now. So it's like, oh, God, we're putting our winning play at risk for a pretty dangerous gamble. And, like, if she gets all of this, like, it really kind of evens out the scorecard in a big way. Like, all of Sirius's threats are gone. Porky has a major threat cooking in column 3, has a lot of juice, is getting ready for Remembrance. The Diag is now hers to control. Like, it's really, really good. So I think, like, this is probably the pivotal play of the game here, is coming Moog at this time. I think, like, again, if we had killed Margit or something, I think that would have been good enough. If we really wanted to pivot, maybe there was something else that could have been done in that time, but Moog is certainly too long. Am I going to the live finals? Yes, I am. I'll be scheduling my flight and stuff relatively soon. I am indeed going. Should be a lot of fun. Might try and get a signature or something. Shit, I gotta practice a Peppa Jack signature or something. Okay, so from here, let's take a look at the notes. Oh, I did miss a note, actually. I missed a note a little while ago that I want to go back and talk about. So, in the sequencing of these larval tiers, where does he start again? Okay, so he starts in... Okay, so basically in his final tier, he has 2 choices. And actually, I think in the post-game he said he remembered, like, later that he had this option. But for the final tier, he can do one of 2 things. He can go for the Gelmir, or he can go for Altus larval tiers. So the difference between them is one is aggressive and one is defensive. The aggressive option is to go for Gelmir, where after he kills the transforming enemy and gets his tier, he can transition it straight into Tree Spirits, which is more pressure on this column. And the other option is to finish on the Lion larval tier, which is in Altus and on the way to Black Knife Assassins. So it was just a tiny note that I wanted to leave, that this is a cool decision point of, like, where you end your route really matters. And it was a nice decision to go Altus to progress to Black Knife Assassins to deal with this row 3. So anyway, we'll go back to the present, because this takes him to the Black Knife Assassin over here. There's also a Sacred Tier as well for some of the late game stuff on this board, so all that's really cool as well. And then where were we? This was a while ago, so now we're in Moog. And okay, so she does go and kill Margit after after we died a Moog again. Okay. So like I had forgotten that she had done it in this way. So like I think the like head is in the right space, that it's like sit on the noble prio and go open up the map and stuff is just, oh man, I just wish we had this column 3 to work with. It doesn't take that long to get to the manor. Okay, then Sirius has his Rykard fight. I presume he didn't have a shield, and I guess thought it was a race. Like, it's possible. Did my cam fully shit the bed? I don't know. I need to deal with it. I'll deal with it on my day off. You didn't have a shield? Yeah. I assume that you maybe thought that you guys were both there. Should have gotten one and did +4 Serpent Hunter. I mean, it's not too bad with the +0 and the shield, really. Did you have, like, the extra stones? That would be the more curious bit. Or were you just gonna go to EG? Right. Yeah. I guess, like, Jesus, dogs fighting outside. There is, like, the shield, and then you're already there, so you could take the teleporter to EG and get upgraded or whatever. I think given the fact that, like, hypothetically, this, by the way, was also kind of a what's the right word? We'll go with a bold decision, because, like, you don't even hesitate here when Parky kills Noble, and you're, like, trapped here. Is this dog noise coming through the mic? Sorta, I don't know. It is. Jesus Christ. That is not Phoebe. Phoebe is fine. We're A-okay. We're A-okay. So, like, we kill the noble, and then there's, like, I think there's no, it looked like you were thinking about getting out, and then you were like, screw it, let's go Rykard. I was curious about this decision, if you don't mind, like, what was the thought process of, like, I'm just gonna go for it? You thought she had to block your column 4 first. But wouldn't Rykard, like, be a pretty good play to do that? Because of, Remembrance. Rykard giving a lot of money to meet, like, a lot of different weapon requirements. If you just rush Remembrance with Rolana, you might have had to get a little lucky with the... Okay. Might have had to get a little lucky with the drop, I suppose. Like, if it was Hand of Mulaney or something, then it kind of wouldn't work. Yeah. No, okay. No, I was just curious. Wanted to know your thoughts on the matter. Oh, yeah. Okay, so kill Radon. Alright, I gotta shut the window, I guess. Jesus Christ. So you were thinking, I take your stuff and you take mine? Okay. I still think, like, the Parky Rykard rush is probably her best shot at winning. So, like, I don't know. I think it was I still think it was a bold play, but it did work out. It was a very interesting moment, I think, either way. Like, no matter what the players chose to do there, very, very cool. I love, by the way, these decision points in bingo, because, like, it's so like, you know, the players are in their own mind about it. Like, Sirius has his own, like, ideas about what Parky might be doing. Parky has her own ideas of what Sirius might be doing, and, like, obviously having it be a snipe and you being there, like, secretly and stuff gives you, like, an element of surprise and things. Like, this is just some of the coolest parts about bingo, for sure. I think 9 out of 10 players would leave after Noble and come back after, like, 1 or 2 squares. I would agree. That would be probably the safest thing to do. Maybe even, like, 1 square, or giving her enough time to, like, hypothetically do Rykard, because she is dark right now, and, like, if you give her, like, 4 minutes to do it and she hadn't, then, like, maybe it's like, well, I think she's setting something else up. Maybe I go. But yeah. Either way, interesting decision points. I think Blanks would have done exactly what you did, by the way. This was a very Blanks play. My Like, nice prio you have there. Be a shame if something were to happen to it. All right, back to the old notes. Okay. So once the Rykard goes, this game's pretty tough. This game's pretty tough for Parky. Man, and she's even like in the fight too. Oh, heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for her. So the Rykard goes, and she's like, what is he doing here, this crazy person? Sad. And now she's like behind on Remembrance because you have killed Rykard. So now, once again, with the Dom and the tree spirits, I do think that it's a pretty scary prospect, I would say, to be leaving tree spirits from here on out. I am a crazy person, Satch. Oh my god. Damn, I feel like I could still hear them through the window. It's crazy. She does finish it, which is... She was in first phase. This would probably have been an okay time to quit out, because, like, you guys would have the same remembrance weapon either way. So, like... I mean, yeah, tree spirits, I do kind of agree. I really like this, by the way. This version of the Serpent Hunter that she does for this phase. Hang on, let me get it. So we trigger the phase transition. He goes up to do the sword. We do the Ash of War. We all know this, and then we do like a follow up. Is that a tap or a charged R2? But like, it's really nice for getting in some more damage without overblowing your FP. I really quite like that. When I do it, I typically like un-two-hand and do a couple shield pokes as well. This is like really clean and simple. The only potential issue is like keeping an eye on the stamina. And then I think for that moment, a follow-up L2 Ash of War, because the follow-up Ash on this thing does just a shit ton of damage. It just also kind of breaks that micro stagger loop, so when it's at the finisher time of the health bar, you can just like continue to let it rip. Okay, and then we go for the restore. So I'm trying to think, like, is there a way out for Parky at this point? As far as, like, obviously anything can happen, but, like, from this position, is there a way out on the board? I feel like Rykard's blocks a kind of non-existent row 5. But, like, trying to keep Parky's options open is really nice. Like, Elemer also, like, blocks the row 5 with some bell-bearing progress. Keeps open a column 1 from her. I can't. She has access to a dagger through Omen Killers. So like column 1 could be a thing. This column is pretty tough, or this diagonal is pretty tough. Like as long as it's open, there's still hope, of course. And like Sirius here can either do the whip or the remembrance with what he has access to. Obviously, Parky doesn't know that Sirius has a whip ready to go. But like, if I were Parky, I would expect to see remembrance marked here from the Rykard kill. But I guess Sirius was expecting Parky to do remembrance from something else, just to like try and be fast about it. So I guess this was an effort to not get sniped. These squares are more or less the same at this given moment. Like, they block nothing other than the diag for Sirius, but this one is kind of more dangerous for him to go to because it's a more likely to be contested square from Parky. So I think this decision is a nice one, like really defensive, opens up a new row 2 for him, and deals with the diagonal at last. So no more diagonal problem from Sirius, and now it's just about this column 1. And whenever there's just like one threat left on the board, it's typically pretty safe to say that you're in majority, unless your opponent's really cooking up something special. And then Dom's losing his mind a little bit here. He's like, all right, pivot. I think there's a Grace down here, and I think she does. because we see the whips only. So she goes somewhere else to check the remembrance. Makes a lot of sense. I missed what it was, actually. Oh, this was the Great Sword of Damnation, yeah. So really, really nice remembrance option. And she's already got Godric dead to go through here. Get this really quick. This also is access to the kind of third tree spirit, because the tree spirits are super chill. Look at the Knight's Cav kill. Okay, hang on. I did miss whatever. Oh, this was the Falks on display. So this is why we continue to do weapon checks and enjoy the different weapons in Elden Ring. Sometimes you just find something that just is really good. And like, I don't remember what this looks like, but I can already tell. When you do like jump attacks on like the Knight's Cav, you like jump right into like where he actually is, so you don't have to like hit the horse really at all. Yeah, so you're just like hitting the boss directly. Like, who cares, horse? What? The Revenger's Blade chasing down the horse, that's crazy. That I did not see coming. That was a lot of fun. Probably pretty good against Xeeks. I was mostly paying attention to what Parky was doing, but I mean, Xeeks is just so tall, but he's very bleed weak, so you can get bleeds pretty easy. It was so awesome. Sirius ticked up horse bosses twice. Yes, we did indeed have some lockouts today. More on that later. More on that later. Yeah, the like we aren't allowed to power stance, but paired weapons are not power stancing. So being able to utilize the power stance moveset with paired weapons, still very strong. Yeah, Xeeks is a monster. He really, really is. And it's like a big part of it is like it's harder to hit his head than other dragons. So like you're just chunking through like a gigantic health pool while also not being able to get the headshot damage that you normally get. Oh, missed. I think it's a little funky on the jumping attacks, because I think like the last slice really hits the hardest, and that one's the hardest to get on Xeek's head. You do get it a couple times, which is cool. Okay. Anyway, so we get the block from Parky, which is really nice, being able to use that Rykard. So she does get some value out of this Rykard for sure. It's just like, man, if this column 3 were alive, she'd be in such a good spot. Okay. I've mostly just been ignoring my notes, to be honest. It's again, there's just so much to talk about. Let's see. Okay, so then we get our horse boss drama. Bummer. You had every weapon this game. Yeah, you had a lot of options. So what were your horse bosses again? It was Radon, Caelid Knight's Cav, Altus Knight's Cav, and what? Oh, this was actually kind of crazy, by the way, because like while Sirius is getting invaded by Nike or whatever, he's like fumbling around with this drop down tree sentinel. Okay. And like you have to unmark the square, blah blah blah, and meanwhile Parky's just like booking it for Elemer, and Sirius is like potty walking around like talking to the refs and stuff, and she's just like gaining on him. It misses. He's like, wah. So that is correct, right? We're unmarking in a moment. I think this is the expression of listening to, or like doing some head counting. He asked me to name the horse bosses. He asked you to name them? It was a pop quiz, hot shot. Rather than just saying you didn't do enough of them. Oh no. Yeah, I would also be like, what do you mean? That's so funny. Yeah, just make one up, just like I don't know that it actually was Nike, by the way. I have no idea which ref it actually was, but and by the way, we do not witch hunt the refs. The refs are just doing their jobs. The rules are the rules. Although we probably should just lock him out and not ask. Unless the refs were also like confused and trying to figure it out. Maybe it was just an all in good faith type thing. Like, did we miss one? Like, what was your other one? You'll tell you guys for an appropriate amount. Oh god. But yeah, like Parky is now ahead on Elimer, but like a bit of aggression in the fight, just like really get serious back into it, having a bleed weapon, taking a few more aggressive punishes. Parky doesn't have like a lot of HP, so Elimer's still very dangerous. So it's basically like here, you can get 2 R1s in pretty safely. Actually, I say this confidently. I'm not a big user of these battle hammers, so I'm pretty sure you can get 2 R1s, but I don't know for a fact. But yeah, you can see like already Sirius is caught up with just like strafe, jump, light attack for the multi-hit, big bleed buildup, max punishes. And yeah, just like the weapons don't compare, because like Sirius was in this fight second. They put you on the spot at a skip that you're not confident with. Oh god, poor guy. Poor guy, winning by double squares. Anyway, I don't know if there's too much left to say about this game. Chat was being fucking cringe again, dude. I trust that nobody in this chat and these reviews was up in there being weird. But like, good fucking god. People on the internet need to just be fucking normal for one goddamn day in their lives. Okay, so back to kind of the overarching lesson of this board, this match. It's like, how do we deal? What happens? I don't know. It's just people being weird. Like no, like I don't know. Fucking whenever there's women playing esports, there's gonna be fuckers being fuckers. Like just a super shitty typical occurrence. The thing, like, okay, I'm gonna treat it in like such unnecessarily good faith for just a moment, but like if you're annoyed that like there's a woman in the esport or whatever, and you're like, oh, I think the woman isn't as good as the man or whatever, like how the fuck do you think that they will get to be as good as the man or whatever? Like, you gotta like play. You gotta play the fucking game. Like, let them play the fucking game. Like, what's the goddamn matter with you? And that, by the way, is way more, giving them way more credit than they deserve. Like, shit's so fucking stupid, dude. Just like, ugh. Dark corners of the internet. Absolutely awful. At one point, someone kept asking if Domo and Zoodle were a couple because they had synergy as casters. Ugh. I can't with any of that shit. Esports are gender neutral. That's like complaining about women on Jeopardy or chess. It just could not be less of a real issue. like it just I don't know, fuck off with all of that shit forever. Not to mention that, like, some of the best bingo players that we've seen have also been women. Like, Bree and Puppery, like, have been in grand finals, won bingo brawlers, like, woman bad. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, so fucking, ugh. Sick to my stomach, dude. All right. Then, okay, so we basically get to close out the game here and move on to the next one. And we'll get some DLC action. Okay. Just saying, no Jack streams were ever done by a woman, which is quite sexist. Say? Please. You don't think people are ever going to behave? Just ignore them and don't waste your energy on it. It's not like, yeah, it's not like making an argument's going to do anything. Yeah, I know, you're 100% correct. Just like ban them, banish them to the Shadow Realm. I think like the only argument like even remotely worth entertaining is like you could say that like it's nice to try to educate somehow, like, but like I don't know, it's all willful, right? It's all just willful maliciousness from people who have nothing positive in their lives. So like I don't know, let's just move on. I'm not a woman, how sexist of me. Jesus Christ. All right, the DLC. So we have when this board was revealed, I was like, oh, holy shit, cinema! A board with actual like rush. Like there's it's actually a board where there's 3 things to do. Typically there's back section, there's south, and that's maybe it. And in this board, we have rush. So there's more things to do. Holy schmoly, look at all these rush squares. Kindred cookbooks. On this board, Ashes of War looks slow. Armor sets. Teoliers. Blessings of America. Like, it looks like an old DLC board. My heart warmeth. Like, Blow a Finger is a slow square on this board. Letterune's a slow square on this board. Like, it's so nice. It's so nice and cozy. I feel like I'm in my little sleeping bag. Like, goddamn. The thing is like, South looks relatively decent. I feel like we see a lot of center square traps in these formats recently, and I think Dragon Hearts is often one of those. The thing that Tom and I mention a lot is that, like, basically you gotta have a damn good reason to go south. Like, south has to be really strong because just north is just typically better. Count the south. All right, we'll count the south. So true south, not like Blow a Finger or anything like that. Hearts, Ancient Dragon Man. 2 base game bosses. Lightning Ram, Lamenter, Dragon Bosses, Perfume Bottles. It's better than a lot of South boards. It's better than a lot of South boards. But once again, we're kind of dealing with a no South line situation. So as long as one of these 2 squares is marked by the person who doesn't kill ADM, row 3 is not a problem. Top right diagonal, red bears. You could do the base game bosses out of back section if you want, but like that deals with that. Column 3 is nothing, so top left diagonal is definitely nothing because this is more of a back section line than a south line. Like the Dragon Hearts are an outlier, so like really south is not going to pay dividends. With just the count and like where shit's at the board. So I think like the value of a center square, like it does block a lot of stuff. It's a nice like defensive option, but like to really leverage the power of center square, like you kind of want like at least 1 or 2 of the lines to be pretty tricky out of it, because like usually, oh, this isn't always true of course, but a lot of the times if you prioritize center square early because it's center square, you're doing something that's like not super efficient for the moment. And that I think is a crucial like way to think about center square, because like if this square were anywhere else on the board, when would you do it? And Dragon Hearts, like that game, I'm not really interested in doing it terribly soon. And she doesn't. Like she really doesn't. Getting access to it with ADM is cool, like setting some prio and whatnot. But like because the rush was so good on that board and closed down so much of the threats, and like once Sirius sees Ancient Dragon Man, he can do all the rush like really, really greedily and synergistically. It winds up like very strongly punishing this play. And this is why rush is a great thing to exist. Like, because hypothetically, like Parky could go ADM and then see that Sirius is marking all the rush and just be like, okay, I've got like the map advantage in the south, let me full send back section. Let me just jump over the rush that he's doing. Maybe like go get Leta Rune while he's still marking things like through back section. And then I'm ahead on like Blow a Finger. I'm ahead on Falling Star Beast. I already have like Leta Rune, ADM. I have way more access to base game boss and DLC than him. I'm ahead on Mesmer. I could do some hippos if I felt like it. I'm ahead on Pants. And all of this is still like, so Sirius would be grabbing the Tiole concoction thing that he grabbed, the blessings that he grabbed, cookbooks, armor sets as well. Like, this is all really powerful and locks down a bunch of stuff on the board. But if we just like skip past him, then it's like, you know, cool, you did all that, but like now I've got like way more of the map available to me. And this is efficient, don't get me wrong. Like what Sirius does here is really like fast and powerful and synergistic, and I probably would have wanted to try and do the same thing if I were him. But there is counterplay. There is counterplay available. And that's why Rush is great, because like it gives you powerful options, but like there's the counterplay of going out on the map. So one thing I was noting is Sirius does the gravestone skip version of Tiole's concoction, which is typically what you would do if you're trying to get like the world's fastest Tiole concoction mark and skip 3-path. But if you aren't skipping 3-path, this is not faster to do. And 3-path I think was decent this game. It's like before he sees ADM, right? There's Dragon Hearts, Ashes of War, Dragon Bosses. I believe there was not a whole lot out by Belrot. And then like you can loop in the prospect town, like cookbooks and armor sets and stuff, which he does, which isn't typical, but it is a nice option to have. Did he grab 3-path? I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah, here we go. So we grab the Skidoo and grab 3-path. And then we're over here, and we wind up getting a, yeah, definitely slower Tiole mark than just doing like the over the bridge method by probably 15 seconds or so, I think, if you go over the bridge. Yeah, so having Scorched Ruins itself is typically not like super useful. So like when you have 3-path, if you have 3-path and like Egon or Tiole's Grace, like Scorched Ruins is kind of in an awkward spot. You could come back for Bait of Mercy if you wish. But anyway, I think like the decision to upgrade here was kind of an interesting one to me, because there is so much rush available, but like Parky's still dark, so like we do always say that getting upgraded and stuff is progressing every single square on the board, so when you don't know what to do, that's a great way to do things. Like hypothetically, Parky could have been making a Shadow Altus play, synergizing cookbooks with blessings, and then maybe like backtracking for the armor once she gets out that far. So until he sees ADM, it's nice to have options available. Your idea was as soon as she marks something that's not ADM that you go there. Yeah, that makes sense. You would probably have a hard time getting the armor sets potentially if you were down in ADM, so like the threat wouldn't really be there. So but yeah, I think like either way, having options open is with that much south. Yeah. It is a good enough threat after 1 or 2 rush squares. The row 3, or just like you're just happy to have 2 squares. That one of the thing is like getting your first kill in the DLC is like so important. Like you really make good use of that first inflection of money. So having the ability to go and do that whenever you wish is really nice, I think. Like this is the maximum amount of flexibility that you can have. Like have the weapon ready. Do again. It's kind of just like last game where it's like until you show me something, I'm just gonna greed whatever I please because you've told me nothing. So just keep doing whatever I think is best, what I think is most synergistic. So yeah, definitely works for me. Okay. ADM for Parky. She didn't buy a grease, which really is tough on the first boss, like because like damage is so low on your first kill, like having a grease off rip is really nice. So if you can either get like the cold wet blade off rip or like with some early money pickups or something, and if you were doing like Ashes of War, then like having that for your first kill is great. But barring that, like we see people get like starting rock grease or frost grease or both a lot of the time, because like this fight like takes a very long time. I believe her physic actually expires if memory serves. You thought she died because of the late mark? Okay. She got skidoo and no. Yeah. So I think like around here oh no, I guess the physic's still on. Okay, so it was only still under 3 minutes, which is good. That's not too bad. But she did go like towards Tiolier first, I believe. What's the drama? We're getting there. There's a lot of stuff to cover today. We'll get to the drama. It's not that bad a drama. But it is stuff that's good to talk about. It definitely is. Okay, doing Egon here for the armor makes a lot of sense. The thing is like, so Sirius could have done the Egon kill if he wished, but chooses to do this like very cute routing here. Like this, like Prospect Town is typically kind of a dead spot on the map where you don't really get a whole lot of value, especially in the like early game. Like yeah, you could get like a painting or a revered ash or like a third hanging pot or something much later, but it's very rare to see people come here this early. But I really liked it this game. This was quite nice. Getting that cookbook here, getting the armor, and then even better, I love it when people do this, by the way. I love it when people go and grab that armor set and then drop down for the second blessing. Oh, baby. That's some good stuff. Big fan of that. And the other thing is like I kind of forget what weapon Sirius started with. Like I can't remember if you also started with this axe, probably so though. But this axe being kind of like mid but usable, being able to do a fist check is very cool as well. So that's an underappreciated part of this armor set, I would say. Your idea was to get 2 out of these 3 squares? Yeah. It did work out pretty well, because like being able to drop down here, like this is the starting area for those who weren't aware, and you just get to like run all the way down for the Blessing America and the skidoo down in the church. Not that it would. Do I consider myself a bingo scholar? I mean, obviously. Obviously. The only thing that could have been like sexier about this is if you had like a bunch of runes to spend and got to do like a little shopping and buy some greases while you're here as well. Like that would have been yeah, so good. But this is still like very peak routing. You'll love to see it. Meanwhile, Parky fixing her map at this point. Like this a lot. I do think that one thing, and this comes up in the Twisty game a little later, is I think the decision points of like how to get progress on squares like while you have more map to get is a really important thing to be aware of, especially in the DLC, especially in this DLC format, because she spent like a good like chunk of time wailing on Egon and doesn't ultimately get the square. But if she goes Shadow Altus first to get access to that other armor set and like potentially grab some like cookbook Blessing America type deal, then if she got sniped on armor sets, then she's at least like still out here on the map in a really good spot. So Jack does the best match review in the game from a very biased opinion. Thank you, biased mod. Then like she buys herself a lot of flexibility by being out in Shadow Altus first rather than beating down on Egon first. But I think that came up more in the Twisty game, and that's a big theme of what we'll talk about in that. But yeah, like DLC, the map is where it's at. It's so important. It's really important. And by the way, the theme of this board was or of this match or game or whatever was like, what kind of board is this? Like, which is kind of like a similar theme of like the previous board. Like the mix of like a little bit of early and a bunch of really fat late game stuff, and this board being like the most balanced look at the various spread on the map, squares available on the board, as well as that rush that we miss so much. So like being able to make the read that this board was more about the rush than it was about the map really paid off Sirius in this game. Really, really big deal for him. Because like, I mean, no matter what format you're in, being up 4-1 is like a really nice place to be. Parky does have the advantage in the south, but it doesn't take that long to blast down Ancient Dragon Man. And the longer that Sirius delays blasting Ancient Dragon Man while he goes and gets map and skidoo and money and things, the faster that making up that map is going to be, the more likely you're going to get that heal skip. And like when you actually get down there, you're able to invade in more of a blitz than in like a just getting in there slowly. You had 9 skidoo in your inventory after that 4 squares? Yeah. Yeah, just run around Shadow Altus, grab that Blessing, America. Hit 3 Path and Teolier, getting you a couple extra ones as well. Like, holy value. Really, really good value. Is missing the first big inflection of money, though. That's the one thing that Sirius needs to get going in this game. I can't remember where he gets it at. Nicely done on the Ash War, by the way. That one's a tricky one. Parky getting the wing stance, but I believe she's still missing 3 Path. Okay, this is kind of another one where so she's starting her Ashes of War route by going for one that is not map progression. So when she pulls up, so this could have, I think, been a cool way to route this if she drops down after the tower to get the Grace for Rolana, I think, because Rolana is on the board, Nice is on the board, all well and good. The problem is going for this one first and then warping out. What happens here is when she ultimately gets sniped, I think it winds up being okay because she's still out in the way of back section when the snipe happens. Okay, so I'm kind of like fumbling through an idea here, but like in order to say it more clearly, if you get sniped on a square, you want to have gotten the most amount of like value that you will later redeem out of the progress on that square that you can, and have wasted as little time as possible. So running to the wing stance tower and warping out, all of that is wasted time. That is like time that would otherwise be the only time that Jesus Christ, the only square that time is progressing is Ashes of War. If we grab the Grace, then all that time is it's a little bit less efficient than just running at Rolana, of course, but a lot of that time is also progressing Rolana. Going for this Ash of War next is quite nice. It's really nice because this progresses back section. So we get this Ash of War all set up, and we're progressing back section. Very, very good. And then also another Ash that we would probably want to progress our weapon would be Savage Lion's Claw. That would be progressing the map towards the other Dragon Boss, Dragon Heart, all that kind of stuff. So like the only like little note is I either don't do the wing stance first, or do the wing stance and get Rolana's Grace, or maybe do the wing stance last so that you mark the square and then you spend the time running to Rolana after the square is marked. But that's just like the higher level side of routing. And it's always important to remember that all this is like not the easiest to do in the moment, and that's why it's really cool to point out when people do it nicely. She ported out after getting sniped. I mean, she has the Grace on the way to back section. Like, she has the Grace after the village, or after the bridge, or whatever. So, like, yeah, not a big deal. Not a big deal as far as that's concerned. Obviously, losing the square, blah, that sucks. But yeah, not so bad. Then going for Dragon Hearts here, like, I think a lot of people have like a break glass in case of emergency philosophy with center square. My own personal feelings about this is like when I feel like I'm falling behind, I want to get set up for the late game if I can, because like that's when you could get back out ahead of your opponent. I think like either in the DLC that typically means map progress, in the base game that typically means weapon upgrades. So or like kill a remembrance boss to open up like some lane dell progress or underground or something like that. And I think a lot of players like to treat that same feeling with, is center square there and can I get it, and then do that. I don't know that one is like always going to be better than the other. Like I'm not saying this is an incorrect thing to do, but I think it's something to be aware of, is like recognizing that feeling in the game and what you can do with that information. So when you feel like, oh my god, I'm like, the game kind of feels like it's slipping away, what can I do? I think there's a couple options. The one that I just described of like get set up for the late game. There's the Iron U, which is go dark and prep lines. Or there's the get like really efficient blocks, like to try and like put out fires, lock down the board as much as possible. And there's no more efficient block than center square. So Dragonheart's blocking out bang, bang, bang. That's a lot of blocks, to be sure. So I think like if you're a majority minded player, a lot of the time it's like get the most efficient blocks that you can, relieve some pressure for yourself, so that then like also so that you can start thinking more clearly, because the more pressure you feel on your shoulders, the harder it is to make good decisions, I think. So just like find a way to relieve the pressure somehow. And for me, I find that like riding around on Torrent or doing the upgrades or something that doesn't take like a lot of active brain power also gives you time to relieve the pressure yourself in your own mind and start thinking about what you're gonna like, how you're gonna dig yourself out of the hole. So just like buying yourself some thinking time is really, really nice. If you get red bears, the all diagonals are left to right. Which one are you talking about? Red bears, top right diagonal. Sure, yeah, that would be fine as well. I mean, the problem is for Parky, Sirius is coming in to invade her shit, so she doesn't really have time for the red bears. But yeah, that is a way to keep the game alive, is to build threats, particularly on the diagonal, and utilizing your prio. So yeah, I think that's a perfectly good read. That's why you went south instantly after the rush stuff to deal with the diag. Yeah, keeping your options open for how to deal with that line. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, back to notes. I keep deviating from the notes. There's just like so much to talk about. Here, by the way, is where we see the big build diff come into being. So I wanted to go back and I wanted to see how Parky spent her money. Is it here? Okay, so she still has ADM money here. She turns around, sits at Grace, and dumps stats, I presume. We've mentioned this a lot, that like the first chunk of money in the DLC being put towards Kale is like definitely the most efficient form of damage building rather than stats. I get the sense of wanting to get this square as soon as possible. You were rich before even doing a boss. But yeah, it just like I would really want to hammer it home for people who are working on their DLC gameplay, that trying to find that time to make that first big Kale purchase. Like that's when you come online, is after that big Kale purchase. What were the runes that you had for getting rich or whatever? Oh, you went here. That makes sense. I mean, this rune is like doing a chief blood fiend, basically, so if you don't want to kill a boss before getting that power, that's how you do it. I do think like I typically say that going for the reprimand money is like not a great use of time, because like typically there is a boss to kill for a square, kind of like what Tom was saying in the base game match that you guys played, of like, why are we going to mountaintops, kill a boss that's on the board for money? And kind of that same concept is in the DLC with the money under reprimand. It's definitely very fast, but it's not a square in and of itself. But like, if the first thing that you're going to be killing is nasty, then getting it is cool. It was worth it because you needed the money to use Cleaver. Perfect reasoning. But yeah, we start to see a pretty big build diff happen here, because Parky had the stat dump, and now we go into Like I think Sirius manages to kill ADM and the Wyrm while Parky is killing this thing. And it's not like she has a bad fight or anything at all. It's just that the the freaking this weapon is not particularly amazing, and we're lacking a lot of damage boosts. We don't have an infusion, and we don't have greases, and we don't have a full talisman kit. I don't think she had Savage Lion's Claw. Or was that later? Is that what you're saying? Hate short weapons in Elden Ring? Yep, same. But yeah, I actually don't know exactly how much health this Magma Worm has. I feel like it can't be that much different than this dragon has. Like, this thing's so tanky. Yeah, like, as soon as Sirius gets a stagger... Did she not get it for Asher Wars? I don't think that she did. I would have to see the next time she opens her map, but I don't believe she has 3-path cross. I think she did Wing Stance and Raging Beast, and then she was going to do whatever the next one was going to be, but that's when the square got sniped. Okay, so there goes Magma Worm. And yeah, we're still above half health on Jagged Peak Drake. I mean, it's obviously going to be a combination of stalling and things, but like, ay. Surprised nobody did Edred for or for Ashes. That's a good point. Knights are on the board. That's a good point. It's also just like a little bit of cash to get rolling as well. I think people, if I had to answer your question, Tom, I think people have kind of recontextualized Ashes of War in this new format as like this is a kind of premium rush square. Where like if you asked people who played in Season 4 or similar formats, they'd be like, Ashes of War is kind of like a early map square or something. Like you just grab it as you run around to things. Like we're used to grabbing like, you know, maybe the Horn Scent Ash of War, or like going out to Ancient Row and grabbing the Perfume Ash. Like, I mean, I've grabbed like Dane's Footwork a few times or whatever, like, or the Dryleaf Whirlwind, I guess. But like in a format where rush squares have been depleted so substantially, like now DLC Ashes of War, people are used to killing like the Misbegotten and stuff because it's like now one of the only rush squares that exists. And so I think people have kind of rebuilt the square in their minds, and then it's like Edred's just a little too slow rather than getting kind of the faster ones, even though it is synergistic. I don't know that that's true, but that's my hunch. All right, moving on. So 25 minutes. I think Parky, we get this Dragon Communion Grace, and we pivot back to Shadow Altus. Meanwhile, Sirius is right here. So we basically have like a run back of the noble moments from game 1. Like it's almost the exact same thing. Like Dragon Hearts shows Sirius that Parky is back in the south marking squares, and Sirius puts on his bad boy glasses, and he don't give no fucks. So it's I like the way he does this. This is again a little another one of these kind of like blank style moments. No wing skip, by the way. But we go over here, and I like how Sirius chooses to do this, because again, he doesn't have prio at this moment. Like Parky gets to mark whatever square she wants to do first, and so Sirius kind of splits. And what the reason that this is good is because it's good in two different ways. Sorry, there's two different ways that this can play out, and both work for Sirius. The one way that this plays out is Parky just like goes and does the ram or something, or like goes for both base game bosses to build her diagonal or something. And the other way that this plays out is Parky leaves, saying like, I've established prio, I'm here with the dragon bosses, but now I'm going to leave and go do something else. And in either situation, what Sirius does here, where he kills this Deathrite bird and then goes for the ram, is going to work out. Because if Parky doesn't kill the ram, then, yeah, dude, this fight was crazy. If Parky doesn't kill the ram, then Sirius is right here ready to take the ram, and then he's +1 base game boss ahead of her if she's like, oh shit, he's in my south, like I need to start contesting the south to make sure it doesn't all get robbed from me. And then he gets like a double snipe or something. And then the other condition is if Parky marks the ram while Sirius is in this fight, then he just is like, okay, and drops down to Mariga and gets the second base game boss before she can get both. And then he gets the diagonal block that he wants and gets a square safely. So this is like 100% like a super smart way to do this. Really, really liked this way of invading the south. So I did want to highlight that. Parky has a nice Rolana fight. I think like this is a pretty decent idea. Like, whoops, the row 2 staying open is nice for her. Again, she doesn't know that Sirius is down here. She's progressed towards base game bosses. But like, if you think about what Parky's next good squares are for her, it is this lightning ram and it is this base game boss in the DLC. And when you look at the overlap of those two squares aggressively, because right now Parky isn't really looking down all that much threat wise. Like she's dealt with kind of the main threats on the board. So like in this moment, she's looking to build something for herself, which big. Really, really like. I do think she's hurting for map a little bit, but this Rolana building a shared line with each of these like next squares that she wants to do of her own prio, I think this is really, really cool. Parky's gonna crush it when Kali's shop is gone. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I do think building is something that, yeah, something that does need a bit of work for sure. Also, this Rolana fight, because of this build thing, like again, still hasn't shopped, so we, I believe, are still down a bunch of talismans, and we can see here that the physic has run out as well. So like that means that the fight has been longer than 3 minutes, and any fight that's longer than 3 minutes that isn't, you know, like Melania or Fire Giant or something is pretty not super fast. But the most important thing is no deaths first try. That's what we want to see. It's kind of funny, like, I'll take a little tangent here. I feel like if you smash like Parky and Twisty together, like their good tendencies and like have them balance out each other's like less good tendencies, you have a really good bingo player. Because like they're both like good strategically minded, and like Twisty's a little over aggressive in fights, and Parky's maybe a little over defensive in fights, but like really good at like playing safe and not dying and stuff. And I feel like combined the aggressive, no, it's just because they both played today, so we got to see both things back to back and like how they played and like where their strengths lie and stuff. I just thought it was a funny observation. Then after shopping, there's a run to Bait of Mercy. All right, okay. Well, I guess we'll leave this behind. Don't get weird. I didn't mean this to go in this direction. I'm sorry. I mean, Blade of Mercy, like she feels like she's lacking damage. It makes a lot of sense. I didn't want to see this pivot away though, because like, yeah, here we see exactly Tom. We see her map. She gets on the horse, then opens the map. There's no 3-path there, so we don't have our Savage Lion's Claw, and we're missing that grace for like a dragon boss and such. Also, with knights on the board, I don't think she had Scorch Ruins either, so having excuse me, having a grace that's a little bit closer to that mausoleum is totally fine as well. Okay, Sirius here, just, yep, closing out on the base game bosses. So, and what he did is when he saw Rolana, I'm pretty sure, hang on, how did this line up? We were talking about other shit for a moment. Okay, so after, this is a little interesting. After, oh no, I know exactly why he does this. After Deathrite Bird, he goes into the Lamenter jail, because what he, and as he mentioned in the chat, so cheating a little bit, what he mentioned being scared of is this diagonal. So having one base game boss and having a grace for Lamenter, he's basically making sure that he's got his diag covered here. And Parky marks Rolana and then gives him the freedom to go do the ram. I think. Or he does the ram first. Actually, I don't know if he knows the waterfall skip, so I don't know if he was going to do Mariga first here or the ram, but the way that the timing lines up here, it gives him permission to do the ram first. And so then, rather than, you know, have to worry about getting the double, like, splitting the diag block, now it's, he gets the diag block for free with the base game bosses, and he also gets the, whoops, that was a big splat. Also the lightning ram block as well. So, column, row, diagonal, all covered by this split here. Really, really cool. Very, very nice strategic plays here. All right, Parky does her big shop. Absolutely huge. This will fix a lot of her problems, damage-wise. And now, okay, so now she's going... So she warps, by the way, to Egon's Grace to go to Death Knight. I think, like... It would have been nice, I feel, if we wanted to do Death Knight to go via 3-path and then over the bridge. You get like another 2 Skidoo that way and get your Grace for Savage Lion's Claw, or grab Savage Lion's Claw before doing that. Just like a bit more map, a bit more options. You could even kill the Ghost Flame Dragon after grabbing Savage Lion's Claw, like buy a Rock Grease, run to 3-path, grab the Grace and the Skidoo, grab the Savage Lion's Claw, kill the dragon, warp back. Yeah, skip the perfume as well on this run. And like the perfume's like kind of on the way in over the bridge as well. And then grab the Skidoo at the statue, touch the Grace or whatever, and then go in for Death Knight. The thing about Death Knight is like Death Knight always feels like a square that you really tend to not want to do if you can avoid it. Because like it's completely map neutral. Like there, in a way, there's a little bit of map associated with it because of that perfume bottle and potentially the ability to use it to fix 3-path by not having had that Grace earlier. But the entire rest of the Death Knight square, like from where she is onward, is dead progress. It only progresses Death Knight. It does progress Night bosses, of course, as well. And really importantly, she doesn't see that she's about to lose 2 base game bosses. The problem is base game bosses is a square that can be claimed from more than just south. So even if, god damn it, serious. So even if she isn't, even if she's like leaning hard on her prio, and like hoping that Dragonhearts does a lot of heavy lifting for her, defending that prio in the south. Money. If she's leaning on that Dragonhearts prio, showing Sirius that she is serious about the south, that like this is stealable from elsewhere, and it's synergistic too. So like this Falling Star Beast, Blow a Finger, Gaia's Pants, 2 base game bosses. There's, and even like Mesmer to a certain extent as well. There's still a big power play in Backgate. And Sirius has not marked like a square until he marks Lightning Ram for some time. So I feel like it's a little spooky to be setting up this row 2 with a kind of a difficult to rationalize square. Actually, that's not the way that I want to say that. A just kind of like not incredibly efficient square. Like, in a lot of lines, pushing somebody into Death Knight is good enough. Like, okay, I pushed them into Death Knight. They lose 5 minutes. I'm happy with that. So I feel like defending the base game bosses because of that cross overlap between regions could have been really nice, and also keeping her diagonal alive. Obviously, she doesn't know Sirius is invading, but I think like the nature of this square in particular means that a player could steal it without having to invade, which makes it a terrifying square to sit on for an extended period of time. Anyway, that's just my thoughts on that. I think like those, in general, those squares that can be claimed from multiple regions, we want to be sure that we clean up if they're important to us in a timely manner. Oh, also, I wrote down around the America... Oh, no, wait, it was here. Like, because Sirius goes back to Gravesite. He had nothing in his physic all game. I was like, oh, he just filled his physic. Whoops. So we do the big grease buy, and like as far as you noticed it after you killed the magworm. Okay. Uh, when we like I talk a lot about how I'm not a huge fan of greases and stuff, but like definitely the best weapon in the game to do grease gaming is for the DLC has gotta be the Omen Killer Cleaver, because like S tier weapon, S plus tier weapon with wild strikes, like status stick, it's exactly what you want. So I can definitely get behind the big grease dump to keep wild strikes. I still perfectly enjoy a good cold infused, Savage Lion's Claw and Killer Cleaver, but this is like the best wild strike native weapon in the game. Maybe 20 greases was a bit too much. Just never have to come back. Just never have to come back. Just pressing buttons. Mood. Big mood. Oh yeah, there's also a very important moment. So there's kind of like at this point the board starts to get pretty well locked down for Sirius, and it gets pretty tough for Parky. There was a moment that I got the inside scoop about that we gotta go find, and this is very, very important. Might be a little hard to see. Can I turn the quality up actually to see it a little better? Hopefully this doesn't nuke my stream from orbit. Hang on. Hang on. There it is! Alright. Alright. I have to goober around a little bit. Hold. Look at the number over my head and watch it carefully. $69 420 runes. Oh god. Where were we as far as this was concerned? Here or something? Yeah, say DM'd me in the middle of this the stream to say like, by the way, make a note at this timestamp. That's crazy. The crazy thing is just like something randomly died and just gave him the exact amount of money. It was like Miyazaki just like descended from the heavens to like lay on hands for Sirius to win the whole tournament. If Sirius is the grand champion, this was the moment that it was preordained. Remember that. Also, there was one more thing I wanted to leave a note about. Here, I think. Yes, here. Wait, no, he's looking for it. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. Oh wait, what the fuck? Hang on. Did I miss it? Where is it? Oh wait, you go back to it. Okay. Let's go! Old Lord's Talisman! Old Lord's Talisman. People should be buying this if they like the buffs. It's good. It's like a huge buff to the buffs. Like, the biggest problem with the buffs is their, especially Flame Grant Me Strength, the poor duration. But also just, like, having Golden Vow on for the whole fight guaranteed. Old Lord's Talisman, very, very cheap. And if you don't want it, like, the big part about it is if you don't want it on for the fight, like, you want to, like, have a real talisman in the slot, you buff and you swap it out. You swap it out. It's so good. It's so good for the buffs. Again, I'm not a big buff believer, but if you're gonna do it, Old Lord's Talisman. This was a little bit of aura farming. I'm pretty sure that just like getting the flame art infusion or something, because you have like a bunch of faith and stuff as well. that the Flame Art infusion, and you have Savage Lion's Claw, would have just would have cooked this guy a little bit more than the perfume would. Or just Fire Infusion with the strength. You thought this would be better? Yeah. Yeah. We all wished it was better. Also, I'm pretty sure that you can just take the riposte with the Bare Fist. Oh, because you can't equip a Bare Fist with the seal in your hand. Right, right. So you had to put something there if you wanted to keep buffing. So you hot swap in the sword. I was like, why isn't he just like Bare Fisting it? Ah, yeah. Clever girl. Anyway, that does it for this match. That does it for this match. Feel for Parky with all the snipes and stuff. I think like a big part of it was build related. A big part of it was also the early game having just like a ton of collection rush. Like it also just, if Sirius, like obviously Sirius can't do this because like this is bird's eye knowledge, but it like hypothetically if Sirius is just like, I'm just gonna go full sicko mode collection this game and skips like the weapon upgrade, like you would have gotten all the same squares, to be honest, but like it would have been just like so fast, the like bing 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 bing, like all the synergistic pops and stuff. Like, oh my god. That was a insane early game collection game. The routing was really cool to watch. You tested Shadow Tree a bit with fire incants and it went very well, like catch flame or something. That'd be so cool to see, by the way, if you actually did that. You can swap to fists if you only have one right-hand weapon. Oh, today I learned. Today I learned. Anyway, on to Twisty versus Romain. Twisty versus Romain Jacques. All right. Welcome to another big money board. I ran out of water. Actually, hang on a sec. Let me fill up my water and let me take the dog out to go to the restroom real quick. There's not a ton that happens in the first little bit of this match, so I'm just gonna let it run. I'm gonna fill up the water and we're gonna take the Pupperina out. BRB, just a moment. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Had to feed the dog as well. Terrible camera, also being terrible. Hell's going on my hair today as well. Hello, camera. Whatever. It's a bad camera. We'll just be blurry. It's fine. Okay. On to the next match. Okay. So this board, this is one of those big money boards, and it's a really, this is a hard board, I think, to play, especially in kind of, I think this is just like a really hard board to play from behind, I would say, because like there's a very clear path through the board. Hair is turning gray. What the hell is going on? Focus. Focus on my hand. Now. Hey, there we go. It worked. Hell yeah. There's a pretty, like, powerful path through this board that if your opponent beats you to, life gets very challenging. So we see things like Somberstone Bell Bearings, which is a pretty, like, big skill check. It, like, more or less this is the same as, like, Falling Star Beast in terms of skill check. Like, it's really, really dangerous and easy to have an issue here. Like, Twisty dies really late in the fight, unfortunately. But it's also, like, there's a pretty wonky skip that can give experienced players, like, a head start on it. Sometimes the bug RNG can kind of do some crazy things to it. So, like, this is a really high-risk square to go for, like, always. Like, when I see Falling Star Beast and Somberstone Bell Bearings and things on the board, I'm always, like, a little... I don't, like, when I'm playing, like, it's never my comfort zone, because, like, even if I, like, because sometimes I can have a really good Falling Star Beast, and sometimes I don't. And I think it's really easy to just, like, randomly wake up one day and not be able to compete on Falling Star Beast. And so, like, man, this square scares the hell out of me whenever I see it. So when there's a big money board like this, like, there's a ton of, like, powerful late game things that matter, and like having big upgrades is important. Like, this square, like, there's a lot of stuff just, like, there's a lot being born on the shoulders of this square. So this is, like, easily the best upgrade path through this early game for these players. So Roman being ahead on this is really good for him, and tough for Twisty. I think the pivot here is really, really smart. I had an unfortunate moment on Falling Star Beast, but I do have the grace to come back for the Smithing 5s for later. Let me go deal with Darrowwill really fast and this is kind of like what we talked about in the last game, which is, how are we going to break glass in case of emergency when something bad happens? And in this case, I think center square is a really nice choice, particularly because this is a pretty fast center square. So, like, going for a slower center square here would maybe not be as effective, but just getting the center dealt with and then we go upgrade, I think makes a lot of sense. But if we look at, like, kind of the big late game stuff, it's tough, right? Like, 30 Arcane, big money. Blackblade Kindred requires a big weapon. Garank requires a big weapon. Borealis is huge acceleration, we always talk about. Hypothetically, Magmorm is big money if it's Theo. Also, big hit point pool, takes a lot of juice to get through. Moog, of course. Dupe following Moog. Like, there's just big power plays in the late game on this board, and getting there quickly. Like, basically one run of Somberstone Bell Bearing 1 and 2, like, just gets you to the late game. Like, you're just there immediately. So I feel like when you lose this square, the game just gets so hard on this particular board. It's really, really tough. So, like, if there's a way to, like this Darrowwill is like a good defensive option. Yo, Anwar, thank you so much for the 1K bits, dude. Thank you. Sheesh, I appreciate that. this is a good defensive option to buy you some time to like get other things going. I feel like this column 4, like if you're thinking that your opponent is eyeing up like the big powerful play on the board, it's probably what Roman does, which is Somberstone Bellbearings into Moog Dupe with 30 Arcane. Like that's just huge value. However, you can do Borealis faster than Roman can do Moog. So if you go for find a strike weapon, which she has already, hammers are a little tough because of the range on Borealis, but get a strike weapon going, kill Borealis for the Arcane, and then upgrade via Haligtree for the Legendary Talisman, that kind of stuff. Dom also made a nice point mentioning the Memory Stones as like a Red Wolf Legendary Talisman synergy, which could be cool. She's already got like the Grace for her 5s, but like Elemer could also serve as an upgrade path. The line is, I think, tough, but it's certainly a good way to kind of kick him off of this plan, because you take away the linchpin square that like deals with the plan. How do you determine if an early grafted Scion is worth it? Basically, I just would say that if you have one of the weapons that kind of scripts him, like either an unsheath weapon or a square off weapon, then it's typically worth it to give it a try because it's very, very fast. But if your grafted Scion fight is very good, like Blanks likes to do grafted Scion with just like any old wieldable weapon, I wouldn't do it because my grafted Scion isn't very good. And it's a little risky, and if you die, you're behind on the next square. So it's never I think I guess I would say this, to me it's never about the importance of the square itself. It's more about like what tools you have to deal with it. That's what I would say. With what Roman did, you could have just gotten Arcane before fighting Moog. That's true. That is indeed true. He didn't. But yeah, I mean, like, if you do dump Arcane before Moog, you are one shot for sure. If you get to like the mid-20s of Vigor, you can tank like one little goofy hit sometimes. But if you're sub 20, you're gonna get one shot. Anyway, I've been so off note this whole time. So yeah, the Moog setup is obviously very strong. Rivers is terrible for Moog. He's super fire resistant. Yeah. How is the split? I just like never used Rivers because it's so bad. How is the split on it with fire? Is it kind of like I assume it's not like, what's it called? Alabaster, where like basically none of it is magic and like some substantial amount of it is fire. It's 50-50. I mean, that sounds pretty relevant, Mr. Nike. Okay, so Twisty doing the Liurnia setup for the stones makes sense. She does have a little bit of money from the Dare Will kill and can sell like the sacrificial twig if she has it. Never mind, this is enough as is. There was the Rivers. We've talked before about how, like, when you see one of those weapons that just, like, bing, I'm all about that for the stat, that I do love the idea of just go Haligtree, get the stat as soon as you can, because you're working with information that your opponent might not have, and that you know all of a sudden that square is super valuable, so not letting it sit is typically a good idea, but I feel like Rivers is not one of those weapons. But, yeah. Yo, thank you for the follow, welcome on in. Counterpoint, Moog is super weak to bleed. Sure, but having half your damage deal basically no damage is worse than other things. You can't, like... I mean, you could, like, rot grease your mace or something. I don't know. Whoops. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm opening all kinds of bullshit. Wah! Yeah. Thank you, Rocky Man. Okay, so... we then do Legendary Talismans for Twisty, starting on... I think she didn't expect Roman to do Moog when he did. Um, it's possible that if you see 30 arcane come out of nowhere, that then you realize he's done the dynasty run. Maybe Roman was trying to hide the fact that he was in dynasty by like hiding the 30 arcane or something. Where does he go here actually? Oh, this is like a rabbit. Yeah, of course. Twisty does go left first, and then runs backwards to the. I wonder if I don't know if she forgot that the drop down exists by the 10. But if you're going for the legendary talisman here, you would want to drop down by the 10. Pretty common thing to forget, I think. If you just like wanted to go to Haligtree and then you were like, oh, right, I should probably grab this talisman. It does make a lot of sense to just like, whatever, I'll just drop down and run through the whatever that is, the ravine, the hell alley with all the revenants and unlock the door and get it that way. But does die. I think Dom was mentioning that she could quit out there. Alright, then. I did miss where Roman got the claws. I imagine, did he start with them? Was that, actually, I'm going to back it up a little. What's the timestamp? We're at 20 minutes. Wait, were they in round table? Oh, they were in round table. Okay, big. Big. Yeah, having access to claws on Moog is very, very good. It is a bit unfortunate that they're not infused. I feel like with a big kill like this, it could be worth it to just like go and grab the whetstone knife out of Limgrave just to be able to put Storm Stomp standard infusion on it, just so that you get like the fixed poise values. We say this a lot whenever hook claws are brought up, but for anyone who doesn't know, if hook claws are not infused, for some reason, they get like 0 poise damage. Like, he goes this entire fight while doing a fair amount of like charged R2s and stuff, and like gets a stagger at the very end, I think. It's a weird bug of the weapon. You do want to get an Ash of War on there if possible. Oh, that was lucky. I just saw that he scooted underneath that. Oh, he almost walked into the backswing. I'm not going to critique his Moog fight, by the way. He does a very nice Moog fight. Especially for how early it is. Super big power play. Gets the Moog, gets the Arcane. I was curious... This, by the way, is a really nice call. Just like, I'm upgraded, I have all the juice, like, just take away Wormface really fast. And if you look at, like, where Wormface sits, like, it's a shared threat with a couple of his squares. Like, it's really nice to be able to connect your threats, if I were going to coin a phrase right now. Like, when you have, like, these random disparate squares, try and find the connecting bits. Like, all of these guys help connect his squares. So these are, when you're trying to, like, build aggression in like, multiple different ways, like, these are the things to look at. So, happy to see him grab Wormface here. He had the grace from the Somberstone Bell Bearings, cashed in his big power play, and then just, like, grab a quick square, build some aggression. He doesn't need to dupe immediately because Twisty hasn't killed a Remembrance on board, so... Really, really nice. I did have some questions about this Moon of Noxtella from Twisty. It is progress towards Glovewort Bell Bearings 2, but that square, I don't know if we've seen it marked this event. Like, it's not one that just, like, typically becomes relevant. Like, a lot of games just don't make it to that. Like, it's a very often a 25th square or a 24th square or something if it gets marked at all. And the other thing is I used the word progress rather than prio very intentionally, because there's going to be no way that Roman is ever going to know that Twisty did Moon. Like, she'll mark legendary talismans, and in my mind, that just does not mean Moon. Granted, she does get the all-important Somber 6 on her way, which is cool, but she did already have a Grace in the Tunnel for the 5s, and, like, Elemer's on the board for 5s if she wanted that as well. And, like, Moon's such a long run. But, like, again, more importantly, this legendary talismans does not mean prio on Bell Bearings. So, like, for a crappy super late game square that nobody wants to do, if I, as your opponent, see that you have prio on that square, I'm like, all right, I'm never touching that. And then basically it kind of means that any square or any line related to this is something that you don't really have to worry about until things get weird. But I don't know, like without Moon being shown to Roman, I also don't know that he's gonna be all that interested in eyeing it up just out of the blue in the first place. So like, it doesn't really matter. But I think like Moon in particular is just kind of a long run for one legendary talisman and invisible progress towards a square that basically never gets marked. And also there being stone options elsewhere. I 100% get why she did it. I definitely do. It's just like early game time is so important. Row 5 is a good bingo line to work for. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I kind of forgot that this game ended in a bingo, to be honest. Because Roman was in control of majority this whole time. But yeah, I think like grabbing Elemer, like Elemer right now looks very powerful, like it's a shared block. And again, 5s, really cool, great sword check if you're not super happy with your weapon. Like I like doing Elemer for any of those numbers of reasons. But also I like for Twisty getting something aggressive for herself on the board. It's still Borealis being open, like open up a row. Like, I don't know. It's another one of those games, and I kind of repeat myself a lot with, because we critique games that somebody loses. Like somebody loses every game of bingo. It's often like the story of losing a game of bingo is often the same, where it's like we gotta find a way to kick somebody off their game. And sometimes it's just hard. Sometimes it really is just hard. That's bingo. Someone's gotta win, someone's gotta lose. All right. I did have a note of, or a kind of a question mark of why he duped in Weeping. I was curious if I could figure it out in hindsight. Why did we dupe here? Did he kill like the demi-human for the staff along the way or something? What was this about? No, you don't go for that. The mountaintops is the fastest one. There's no... I think, like, hypothetically, he could have grabbed a Grace for the tree boss. Maybe he would have if he hadn't missed the skip. Maybe he was feeling like it was time for him to mark this square. That could be the case. Because he did try and do this skip and misses it, and in order to get the Grace, it's kind of a bit of a detour. So maybe he was like, oh, I missed the Grace. 5 tree bosses, a lot of tree bosses. Screw it, I'm just gonna dupe and leave. I could see that being the case. Actually, yes, that's exactly what that was. You could see him. You could see him turn. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I figured it out. Yeehaw. So he turns this way to go for the Grace, is like, nah, whatever. Yay. We figured it out. Okay. Question answered. Okay, so the next note I have is after Twisty is done upgrading. I forget why I wrote this, but I wrote nice map. So what are we... My head is in the way. Oh, of Romain himself. No, you could tell with his camera that he looked that way and then was like, eh, whatever. Okay, so she's headed towards Third Church. That's why I wrote this. So Third Church is very, very good. Third Church is Garank. It's BBK. You could kill Kenneth for a seed or whatever. What else is it? It's kind of progress towards Tibias. You could run to the Sore Seal from there, I guess. After BBK. Oh, and Magmorm. That's the one that I was missing. Yeah. The Caelid Magmorm, if you don't want to do Borealis. Or not Borealis, Theodorix. So I quite liked Third Church from her here. Opens up a lot of options. What Twisty is really good at is Twisty is really good at running in the right direction. Minus maybe the moon thing. But when she goes and gets map, she builds access to a lot of squares, like with like choosing a good direction to run. I really like that about the way that she plays. It's Sacred Blade. Not really useful because she, I think, just does these. Fucking hell! Why do I keep doing this? Oh, there's a little gap at the bottom. That's why I keep doing it. There's a little gap at the bottom, and I'm clicking on the background. Okay. So during this phase of the game, actually, Roman kind of starts to slow down a little bit, and this is Twisty's window back into the game. I'm very confident of that. So like, obviously she won't know that, but Roman is doing some kind of mopier squares with these tree bosses, tree spirits, where, you know, when Twisty gets this block on tibias, means that all of this is kind of nullified, and Twisty blocks this with like the easiest and fastest square of the bunch. So there is value here, right? Like, Roman does get some sacred flash charges out of these tree spirits. Again, these having synergy is like 2 squares of synergy or whatever. Gets a block on the row 3. But like, this is where he definitely starts to slow down a good deal. I think like something like when you have the like giga juice, like when you have the sauce, you know, this is when you want to take away those like one-off squares from your opponent that we keep talking about. So like the Magworm in Theodorix, Elemer, Borealis, Blackblade Kindred, like these are squares that just like give so much so fast. Whereas like if you're killing 5 tree bosses and 8 or 3 tree spirits, you're chunking through like a lot of health bars for 2 squares, where you could chunk through 4 health bars for 4 squares. And like again, also it's like only running in one direction for each of these. Like you just run there and do the thing. So like typically when juiced, like this is how you execute like a big late game board, like with all this like big killing and stuff. To be fair to Roman, how is he supposed to know Twisty was going to block that row in particular when there's so many more fast squares? That's a fair point, but I think like if he wanted the row, then leaving the tibia, like if he shows tree spirits, then Twisty probably wants tibias ASAP because there's synergy between tree bosses and tree spirits. Therefore, column is 5 alarm fire. So like hypothetically, he would, if he wants to bingo this, you probably mark tibia first, and then trust your superior damage to just beat her to this stuff outright. And then if you're just trying to like mark the squares to leverage a threat, then forcing your opponent into 2 tibias isn't exactly like the most punishing of punishes, I would say. That's how I would break down my response to that. Okay. So he's ahead on tree bosses, which means row 2 is not a problem. So there's still a column 3. Twisty's going for her legendary talismans at this point. Yeah, it does get her towards more Caelid bosses. I think like if I were to pick squares that I would be interested in if I were her, it would be the squares that still manage to progress her few remaining threats while also blocking Romance. So like this stuff down here to block out these bottom 2 rows while progressing column 3. She's already got a grace for the 3rd church. The problem is unique abductor virgin's not the worst square to be forced into either. But trying to, at least you'll know where he is, I guess. Like there is still some value in knowing where your opponent is when you're on like the defensive, trying to be able to use like a little bit of information to get back into the game. The problem is this just goes so quickly. Other options, BBK sort of, I mean, it does like more or less the same thing as the legendary talismans. It's still good. It's a tough spot. It's definitely a tough spot. I guess like this also gets her towards another memory stone, which is cool. Actually, that's pretty cool. So because the Fort Faroth Grace is kind of right, not like right near, but kind of near the Dragon Barrow Tower. There's a memory stone up that way. Even though she already ran all the way to the Third Church, you could kind of like BBK Garank through that direction. Dragon Barrow is often kind of awkward, where like a lot of times you want to like run up this way, and then sometimes you want to go through Third Church on the same board, and sometimes you want to go to West Dragon Barrow, in which case you run westward across the Aeonia Lake and up that way to get to like the Dragon Barrow merchants for the Bellbearing Hunter, ritual pots, or Radahn's Great Rune. Dragon Barrow just like often, it's just like it feels like it's getting like there's like a tension of wanting to go there from so many different angles, and like it's hard to figure out which one you actually want to do. Column 3 could have been a thing, but Abductors is fast. Yeah. I mean, she could like do Abductors and just try and like force the column through, but like once you do Abductors, the problem is like obviously it raises the red flag to Roman, who could just be like, all right, I'll just go do Garank while you're trying to get the squares that also block my lines. And because he's pretty juiced, the Garank shouldn't be a problem. So it's a tough line. I think like if you don't have reasonable lines to come back into the game, then you do have to just like block with synergy and hope to make the right calls about how to synergistically block out the board. And like hopefully your like and employ some like strategic greed and things. And hope that like the way that you're choosing to do synergy, the way that you're choosing your blocks like just happens to line up well. But we talk a lot about you have to do something drastic in order to pull back games, and drastic greed is a perfectly reasonable approach as well. Damn, the sun coming through is starting to make like the void over here like whoa. All right, so now Roman kind of starts prepping the line, and from there it's kind of a knockout. I do think it's like probably a little unnecessarily risky of him to close out with a bingo, but also I also say a lot that, you know, when you're in this position, you can kind of eat your cake however you wish, so there's kind of no real wrong way for him to do this. If he gets sniped on something in here, it's kind of fine. He just goes elsewhere and does other things. I think this mostly like wraps it up for the base game. The thing is like these big money boards are tough. I don't have like a great answer to it. I feel like somebody like this is a Blanks and Tom question, to be honest. Like, how do you beat the good idea on this board? The problem is like they're just good enough to just do it and beat anyone to it. So like I don't know that they have really come up with what needs to be come up with in order to beat the good ideas on this board. It's just like on these kind of boards, just really strong upgrade path, get a lot of juice, and just go nuts and do whatever you want. It just very often seems to work out if there aren't like really compelling counter lines that can be formed. So I don't know. I think this was just a tough game. I think this was a tough board a really tough board in specific to lose Somberstone Bellbearings. Yeah. I wish I had a more satisfactory like analysis for like what could have gone different. B Tom / blank seems to be one of the best strats you can use. True. True. All right, let's move to the DLC. Just to confirm, Putrid Avatar doesn't count as boss with a tree in the name. That is correct. It is a Putrid Avatar, not a Putrid Erdtree Avatar. So it only counts for avatars. It does not count for tree bosses. All right, here's the huge drama game. Not really a big drama, but we do want to talk about like why things are the way they are and why it should be respected and move on with life. First things first, we're going to break down the two-headed turtle talisman race. Oh, by the way, the kind of overarching theme for this game is it's another kind of map in the DLC game, but I think Twisty was off to like a really really good start, and then we kind of sat in Gravesite Plain a bit too much, and like in the DLC you have to bar none get out on the map. It really just needs to be done. So we'll talk about like how and when that could be done. Um, and there's definite moments that it's like this is a time, this is another time. So we'll mention those as we get to them. All right. So first things first, I was talking over the race. Roman's line is a little better than Twisty's at this point. So basically, if you're running for the gravestone skip, so for anyone who didn't like catch it or whatever, they're racing to hit a turtle talisman. The line that you want to run is right here and right here for each of them. So if we look at like their lines comparatively, Twisty is running this way. Roman is running this way. So he's a little like off target, but he's running in a better line. Twisty is in a more divergent line. And when there's, this may seem like super like nitpicky or whatever, but when it's like these kind of linear rush squares, like you're running to a point, like there's no way to magically run faster than your opponent unless you're Tom and have your torrent set at 20% bonus speed for some reason. The only way to run faster than your opponent is to run in a straighter line and to stay on the ground and sprinting with torrent as much as possible. So avoiding unnecessary jumps, avoiding unnecessary slow falls, and then having straight lines and not being squirrely, like just straight focused in the line as best as you possibly can. So we'll be talking about lines a little bit, we'll be talking about movement a little bit, we'll be talking about drop downs a little bit, and this probably wound up being closer than it should have been because skip ahead. So they both like get on this rock at like the exact same time. So somewhere along the way, the lines like wiggled a bit and then converged back. And then Roman misses this skip and falls. So right now, Twisty should win this by several seconds, and it winds up not being as close as that, and we're gonna take a look at how. Okay, so Twisty jumps up onto the high ground first. Roman, what does he do? The same. Okay, so no difference there. The line to Egon's Grace looks pretty good. Roman's curving a little around some trees. Looks pretty good from both players. Now, hypothetically, you could skip Egon's Grace this game because you're rushing center square and grab Tiolier's and run in like a slightly straighter line to the drop down. But both players choose to grab this Grace, which is a better Grace. Twisty takes a better jump here. This is a faster jump than I think. Oh, no, wait. Roman also takes this jump. Oh, but he kind of curves this way a little bit. Yeah, the scene switch kind of got it. Okay, so Twisty a good deal ahead. However, Roman does do the faster skip down. So you can see, like right here, this is a pretty good example of like why one skip is a little bit better than the other. So Twisty's like already down at Egon, and Roman is still jumping down. And then Twisty hits this rock. Roman hasn't even jumped off the cliff yet. Twisty hits this, settles. And then we're at the bottom at the same time. Now, she did, like, heal, like, standing still at a certain point. Roman has Longtail Cat Talisman, so he doesn't have to heal. But you can also heal going down that in a way that doesn't stop your horse. Okay, so they both go off this at roughly the same time. Twisty's just a fraction ahead. And then in here, I started to note some squirreliness. So Twisty... like here, we're kind of like a little zigzaggy with the horse. And Roman is straight as an arrow. Very small things, but he's like starting to catch up a little bit due to it. Twisty's kind of like running straight at some rocks, which he's going to have to ultimately go around, whereas Ramon's aiming a little bit to the left. Less deviation. Going over this way is faster for avoiding the tree spirit. This is actually a big moment. This is a big moment. Let me actually back it up. So when it comes to going around this tree spirit, Twisty takes it much tighter than Roman. Twisty goes like this, Roman does this. And that puts her ahead. That one pivot around the tree spirit is the main difference to her winning that square. You can now see how far ahead she is on the map. And then from here, Roman takes another curvy turn. Twisty pulls further ahead. But yeah, it's just like really important to be aiming the horse as directly at the open spaces as you can to not be taking the wide turns. And yeah, there we go. Nothing else to slow her down at this point. She gets the square. Anyway, that's just a brief breakdown of how rush squares kind of work. And like, I think with like a good, you know, so people often be like, rush squares, you just run somewhere and grab a thing, snoozers. But like, rush squares, they do have an amount of skill expression and like familiarity, experience, routing expression involved with them. That like we got to see here, like Roman missing the skip, but like made up some time due to like having a faster Tiolier skip than Twisty. Twisty having some squirrely routing and Roman having better straight lines, catching up, and then the big turn around the ulcerated tree spirit really put Roman back for the final leg. Felt she had a better line, but didn't see the small, right? Meanwhile, the big dodge from the tree spirit. Yeah. Her line was pretty good. There was just like some moments, particularly in the cave, where Torrent was wobbly. And any time Torrent is like zigzagging a little bit, like that's less efficient than a more straight line in the same direction. It's really, really nitpicky, but like that's a part of why like Rush Collection can be cool when you see like a head-to-head race like this. Okay. What did I write down next? Oh, I wrote down ordering of pots from Twisty. Okay, so this is a perfect, I think, example of trying to get out of Gravesite a little. So, like, she can go to Prospect Town like we saw Sirius do. It's okay. It's okay. So it's possible that, like, this is a bit of... this wasn't a bait, but it's possible that it's baiting her into doing this in a map inefficient way, because... like, normally you can't get 3 hanging pot bill bearings without the back section one, in which case you gotta go get map. However, because there's the pot bill bearing near Chief Bloodfiends, I think it kind of makes her want to do this as a Gravesite plane square now, rather than go for back section. And so what happens is, like, yeah, there's 3 Kindred cookbooks, which is not as fast to rush as 2, obviously. But the 3rd Kindred cookbook is the one that's more map intensive to get. And so she gets it over in Prospect Town. So the thing is Prospect Town also has Revere Dash. It gets you progress towards Bellerot. All of that is nice. And it kind of makes, like, one of those really nice square shapes, like all these squares. And hypothetically as well, she's got a little bit of Chief Bloodfiend progress. The problem is like these lines don't go anywhere. Which is okay as long as you get out on the map quickly, because like then you're in position to start working with it. Because like with 4 threats, like it doesn't matter how much crap there is out on the map that's like kind of like you could block with. Like 4 is just a lot of threats. So like it's much more reasonable to assume that you'll get something to continue progressing one of those lines than if she were just like, say for instance, like all of these squares were like kind of in this, and then this is still the same of Med Dragon Hearts, and she goes to Prospect Town to get squares here into column 3, and then it's ultimately a dead line. That feels a lot worse than having like these multi-threat setups and then like fixing your map later and trying to work out, trying to like either progress the threats from there or leverage the fact that your opponent might have to do a somewhat shitty square in order to block them while you fix your map. So and then this is another big moment. So here we're going for the Blessing America that's in Gravesite. You cannot mark this square until you've been to Shadow Altus. So I like to hammer home a fair bit that like I am not a fan of seeing progress like done on squares that you can't finish, especially when like the progress is map neutral. So like this is roughly a minute long run to get this Blessing America. Yeah, you get the skidoo here, but this is like a minute that could have been spent running to Reprimand to get access to more squares, and we can't finish this right now anyway. So like this minute right now is currently only for 2 skidoo, and we're about to mark a bunch of collection because again this square cannot be finished just yet. So the 2 skidoo is the only thing that we achieve out of this minute. Meanwhile, Sirius is getting some map progressing towards a diagonal block, and he has the other blessing already and can come back for the one in Gravesite at any time. Or sorry, Sirius, Roman. He does die to the Misbegotten. Oh, this was actually a brutal moment for him, by the way. It was missed on commentary, but he runs here while skipping all the graces and then goes for this Misbegotten, which I think is something that he will probably never do again. Because people familiar with the DLC know that this is super dangerous. Like, people have been working on tech to get this Ash of War from this Misbegotten since Season 4. It's far from free and further from safe. So, like, going all the way here, running and grabbing the Kindred Cookbook, no grace, dying, that puts him back a long way. Yeah, that's tough. So, like, this gives Twisty a big opportunity. Like, imagine, if you will, for this moment, like while I was talking about Twisty running this minute for the Blessing America that's down there, if she had been in Reprimand at this moment and Roman Jacques dies here and is sent back to Tiolier, all of a sudden Twisty has center square, has Shadow Altus, like more progress than Roman, which means progress towards more Kindred Cookbooks, progress towards back section, has the other blessing ready to go, progress towards DLC Ashes of War that are out that direction. Like, she's in such a good spot. I mean, some of it being due to that death, but like, you know, that's Bingus. That happens. You gotta put yourself in the position to take advantage of moments of opportunity. It's just like we're locked in this Gravesite region for so long, and I'm just, oh god, please map, please. It's the DLC map, please. I did leave a lot of notes about that. I won't overly harp on it. I did write, like, as one of my notes, there's a lot of value, but to quote Domo, they're stressing me out. Like, when she, like, grabs Ash of War here, upgrades, like, again, we're still in Gravesite Plain, grabbing a Grace towards Bellerat, we're still in Gravesite Plain, and, like, there is stuff in Bellerat, like, there's, like, that's why I wrote there's value here. Like, there's a lot of stuff in Gravesite Plain, it's true. Like, I think if I didn't catch this in the post game, because I had to set up for stream, I was curious if anyone was there and noticed if she made a remark that she thought Queeline dropped an Ash of War in Bellerat, because it felt like this was part of her plan, because she like opened her inventory and looked confused after Queeline died. And she did. Okay, I was thinking that might have been the case, because like this play makes a lot more sense if you think that Queeline drops an Ash of War there. But yeah, you have to get out of Gravesite essentially for that third Ash of War. But like there is a ton of stuff. Like again, she runs in good areas for the map. It's just like in the DLC, the ultimate area of the map is north. It's Shadowkeep. Like we gotta get to Shadowkeep. Like if there's, it's 99 out of 100 games you cannot win without Shadowkeep, and without early Shadowkeep even. I'll be done I'll be done slamming on it too much, but yeah. So we do have like Revered Ash, we do have Scorpion Stew, we do have the Hanging Pot Bellbearing in Prospect Town, we have the Kindred Cookbook in Prospect Town, Iris of Grace Progress via Queeline. You do need North for that, so I'll only like partially underline it. The Ash of War, there's the other Ash of War in Bellerot as well, but again, it's not like enough to finish the square. Bear Lion Hippo as well, but again, need to go out on the map for that. So it's just like map. Right. So we go here, we get our third Hanging Pot Bellbearing, building the diagonal. An interesting thing about this diagonal is also your third NPC boss is Shadow Altus. So like, while this diagonal like does kind of look like it has a lot of synergy, so if she does manage to get the, like, let's say Queeline did drop an Ash of War or something, and this square is Twisty's, Florisax and NPC bosses, they have a lot of synergy. That's really cool, because you kill Adium to go put Florisax to sleep, and like the Hanging Pot Bellbearing's Turtle Talisman, like that got her Teolier, and like she's going Bellerot for finishing the concoction and all that kind of stuff. Like it's a nice looking diagonal, but the problem is we do need to kill Dane, and with Romain Jacques out in Shadow Altus, he can clean up NPC bosses faster than Twisty can. If she just like never goes north. Hi, Phoebe. So even with thinking that this dropped an Ash, I think this is still, yeah. I won't go further. We just need some map. Need some map. I did call column 1 as being a GG moment after Romain gets Ashes of War. Once he gets this square and then he like goes ADM, I'm like, oh, this game is over. So basically he finishes Kindred Cookbooks to get like the mutual block on the row 3 and the column 5. Finishes running to base row, really nice, sets up for Red Bears later. Potentially some NPC boss synergy as well with the Red Bear. Not like a huge deal or whatever, but yeah. Getting puppy dog. Yo, what up, Costas? But yeah, getting that mutual block is really nice. And then before long, he does pivot to ADM. Actually, when does it? When does he do it? It's kind of a while, actually. I think it's at first floor. Yeah, first floor he pivots to ADM. It was like right here that I wrote, oh, it's over on the column 1. Because he's just gonna go south. There's the sorcery by Lamenter for the transformation. He's just like more juiced than Twisty is by having been to Shadow Altus and gotten the 50k from Shadowkeep and stuff. Also, Twisty doesn't have ADM dead, and Romain Jacques would, so he would have that extra 130,000 runes. So Furnace Golem is just a DPS check. So whoever ports there first and whoever has the most juice, if they port at the same time, like, square's super free. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. How you doing? Some Revered Ash. I mean, there's, yeah, again, this like kind of danger square. Romain did get the cookbooks, which does neutralize the evil square a good deal. The problem is we also are going, it's, oh, the map. I gotta stop myself. I've said my piece. Like, we could also consider doing ADM first or something. Like, basically, like, Lion is a tricky fight. Like, it's not free by any stretch. This fight is designed to be fought at, like, it's designed to be a difficult fight at the power level that Twisty has right now, with just, like, 3 skidoo from running around Gravesite Plane or whatever, and not, like, a ton of juice. Like, this is where Lion is a menace. So, coming here without having killed something first, like, you want to have a really, really nice Lion fight. And she does take a lot of damage. I think like she is sitting on a little bit of runes. Maybe like a Crimson Seed talisman or something could have been helpful. Just like muscle through the fight with like the Giga Flasks. Could have been an option. Okay, we're slipping. Stop going for the wire. No bite. But yeah, Roma killing ADM here. Really, really good for him. This is his second infusion of juice. Stop chewing the wires! Crazy dog. You got the hiccups? Fucking... Fuck. Stop chewing... Alright, you gotta go down. No chewing the wires. Down. Ugh. It is good that she had grease for this. I think she isn't able to get the frost proc, though, which does stink for her. This fight's also really hard to fight locked on, I find. I know people can do it. I just, like, I don't know how they do it. The camera. The commentators made, like, a pretty big deal about the weapon diff this game. I think it was mostly just a power level diff. Like, the Great Katana is a really nice weapon. I don't think the Rotten Battle Hammer from Twisty looked like particularly bad this game. It's still not my favorite weapon because I value reach and I really like pierce attacks and stuff. Get out of there, Phoebe. But I think like the weapon didn't really underperform. It was just like a matter of money having invested at Kale, Skidoo, and it is a really nice weapon. Not a huge fan of the heavy that he's doing on the Savage Lion's Claw or whatever. But I mean, I could scream at the sky all day long about cold infusion. But, you know, it is what it is. It's fine. Nice fight from him. I do love using the Dragon Communion Grease. But the thing is, like, at some point I need to prepare a segment. Fucking camera, dude. At some point I need to prepare a segment that talks about, like, the power, the actual numbers of how much infusions matter. And, like, just because, like, I know it's a lot. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I really feel like it would make me feel better to talk about. Ah, camera, please! Camera! Focus! Not you. Whatever, fuck this camera, dude. Hi. I wonder if it's, like, dirty from Phoebe licking it or something. Yeah, double status is huge. Big. Okay. So, Romain does pass Florisax to sleep here. As soon as he does this, I know that he sees the column 1 and that it's probably cooked. And then we're closing in on the drama. If you've been snoozing, we're getting close to the drama. Nike. One thing that I'm still not clear about, to be honest, is Romain does die here and goes back to the Grace, and then they talk about stake skips. I'm still not clear on if exactly this fall counts as a stake skip. So I feel like by word of mouth, we've called it not a stake skip before because, like, it doesn't actually skip anything. Therefore, and it's, like, slower. Like, it doesn't, like, earn you any time to take the stake there. So I feel like in the past, we've not really treated it as a stake skip and that it's fine to just, like, spawn down below if you want. You won't have your money. But so I'm just, like, a little unclear on if that qualifies as a stake skip or not. But he went back to the Grace. No big deal. He's, like, full sending this, by the way, because Mesmer's on the board. He could have grabbed the Dark Chamber entrance Grace to, like, you know, hedge his bets, keep having some value, progress for burning the ceiling trees, stuff like that. But nope, no fucks given. For consistency with other stakes, it was said to go back to the Grace this season. Okay. Very cool. I also remember being a little confused as to why he ran for Bellerot. And it was like, he was grabbing, like, the one Skidoo level. I mean, I get it, like, Lamenter is a bit of a monster if you are not powerful enough, so one Skidoo doesn't make a huge difference, but if it makes him feel more comfortable, then that's fine. Was this the stake that Mitch and Dom spent 30 minutes arguing about last season? I can't imagine what other stake it would have been, but I don't know for certain. Okay, so we go into Lamenter. Blah, 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 blah. Not doing the fist beating tech. Oh, no, wait, he did do the fist beating tech. Cool. Does some damage. Gets the buffs. Finds the dude. Not using Savage Lion's Claw. You can... Oh, he does use Savage Lion's Claw. Oh, wait. How did he... It must have been, like, perfectly timed from when he was in the middle of the ability, when he could actually get knocked out. The damage is okay, I suppose. Here's the moment the ref wanted to make the game about himself. Too true. All right. So, as we go into this moment, the ruling for when you use transformation is upon regaining control of your character. Also, watch Romain's face. I'll get out of the way. He clearly does not know when to mark this. Thank you, England. So he marks when the bars show up, and Swed in chat was confused. And he's like, that's okay, right? Thumbs up, yeah, okay, we're cool. And now, the Daily Agamemnon. Maybe, you crazy girl. This is the most important moment of the segment. Don't photobomb my shit. Parky was confused too. Yeah, well. So like the ruling for those kinds of squares where you're like locked into an action, for any square where you're locked into an action, giving an iris, putting Florisax to sleep, using a transformation, all of the common theme with them is regaining control of your character. That's when you mark the square for all of those squares. So anything where the action of completing the square causes you to do an animation, lose control of your character, upon regain, that's when you mark the square. So while it does feel a little bit like, why are the refs ruining the game? Obviously, he's like nowhere close and it didn't matter at all. It's fine. This is the rules of the game. If you break the rules of the game, you have a punishment. Like hypothetically, really hypothetically, like Twisty could be using the transformation at the exact same time and whatever. Like, but the most important thing is like we go by the rules. If we think the rules are dumb, that's not your fucking problem. The rules are the rules. They've been agreed upon by all the players. The refs are there to enforce the rules as written, not based on vibes. Like, rules are not for vibes. Chatting is for vibes. Making rulings is not vibes. I did think that, like, when he's locked out of transformation, so, like, I think, when does Twisty find out about it, actually? Hang on. When does this happen? So she goes to Furnace Golem, and then he has to unmark it. So she leaves, and he goes for the Furnace Golem. Okay, so basically what happened here is like this is a run back of this Swed lockout, like when Swed locked himself out of caves or whatever it was, where Twisty's like gets laser eyes. Shoom, shoom, and is like, I'm going for the line, motherfucker. She just like full sends this shit. The problem is she's at Dragon's Pit Terminus and Roman is at Dragon Communion. So this is not really feasible. I feel like this moment, like obviously like seeing red in this moment is like super understandable. Like I would also be like, whoa, so you're saying you're locked out of a square in my line. However, she did need to fix her map a bit. And I think that this was very, very unlikely to work out. And I think that having a free square in the tank, especially one as shitty as transformation, like love to not have to mark transformation. I think like it probably would have been a nice time to fix the map a little bit. Like it's terrible, but there is this top left diagonal. We could go into Shadowkeep, get set up for Mesmer, get set up for Red Bears, like just a little bit of something while Roman is having to go and do the trolls. And like maybe have another way into the game. But I feel like trolls are a 0% incident square. At least at this point in the game. Like, one of the fun things about balls, like I kind of miss the old balls square. I definitely miss the old balls square. Was that you did balls off the rip at like 1 or 0 skidoo or something. Like shit can happen when you're fighting balls. When you're fighting the 3 trolls, you've run all over the map already. You've gotten your skidoo, you've gotten your juice. You're not gonna be dying to trolls. Like it's not really gonna happen. So I think like recognizing that probably wasn't going to be a line and getting set up somewhere else could have given her some legs back into the game. But I definitely, I love her killer instinct of just like on a dime, locked out of the square. I'm coming for it. All right. You guys were talking about the rules. You weren't listening to me. The debate isn't about it being fair to the players. I mean, do I want to engage in this? Hang on. It's a dangerous game to add subjectivity to rule enforcements. That is the comment that's the comment of the day. It is a dangerous game to add subjectivity to rule enforcements. You want refs to have authority. You do not want refs to have power. Like, the refs, like, definitely are there to enforce the rules, and they need to be listened to, and they need to be listened to promptly, but you do not want the refs actually influencing the outcome of the game based on any kind of judgment call. So, I think obeying the rules by the letter of the law as close as humanly possible is a good thing. Even when sometimes it fucks somebody. Because remember, at the end of the day, the person who gets fucked because they fucked up. So like sometimes the like degree of the fuck up and the punishment of the fuck up are not they're not like the same degree, right? They're not like it's like the egregiousness of like not marking transformation properly by like just 2 seconds or something is not really like, it doesn't feel like I should be locked out of a square for that, because like getting locked out of transformation is like brutal. Holy shit. It's a common thread in like 3 lines on a corner square. Like, good God. However, that's not really the point. That's not really the point. Does it feel bad? Yes. Does that mean that the rule should change? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Rules be the rules. Players know them going in, and if you mess with that, it's up to... That's on you and not the ref. Yeah. If, like, nobody should ever be like, fuck the refs, blah, blah, blah. The refs are doing their job, enforcing the agreed upon rules based on the evidence. Nothing else. All right. I think that mostly covers it for this match. Unless people wanted to talk about... I mean, he fucking locked himself out of NPC bosses, too. I forgot about that, even. Yeah, he did Lamenter. He's still ticked up to 1. I mean, it's understandable. Like, you're flustered from the mismark getting locked out, and you're pissed or whatever, and then like, oh, okay, I get my block, phew, and then all of a sudden the events of the past like 5-10 minutes just start to slip away. Part of the concern that you had is often that it looks like the board gets marked early because of the delay in the cast, so it doesn't really look like it's ever marked early as a viewer. You do have to trust that the refs do have like the live feed from the player's version of the board. Like what the refs see is not what Domo sees here on this version of the cast. Like in like when you tune into these players' streams where you have like the gameplay, the little picture, and then the board up in the corner. That's what the refs see, but in live time, so they know exactly when they click the square. So you just have to trust. You need standard marking practices for squares, or the most competitive players will have to bend the timings. Yeah, just like don't introduce subjectivity. It just allow it like that. Like you think like this drama is drama. Imagine if there's subjectivity involved. Holy fuck! Like, good God, Areno. That would be a whole world of drama. Like that's one of the important things. Is like remember what the alternative looks like. The alternative is way worse. It's way worse. By the way, I just wanted to say, shout out to the streaming service today. We get a lot of times when people are like, why is Domo using the streaming service? The streaming service is ass. Blah, 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 blah. No problems today. Not a one. Everything worked just fine. Is the streaming service perfect? No. Does it work a lot of the time? Yes. It was very nice today. Should referees disappear in sports? That's the debate. Is it? I feel like that is not the debate. She wasn't going for the square if the rule is in place to normalize the conditions for a race and there is no race. No, it's not for the conditions of a race. It's just the conditions. That's all it is. So hypothetically, if you just like don't really tell people when like they can use a transformation or whatever, it also just means that they can like pivot whenever. Like they just like press the button and like go to the map and warp away or some shit. Like it's also like you like with every single marking condition, you have to establish the same condition such that every player knows when they're allowed to mark the square and allowed to pivot. That way everyone's playing on the same footing. And if you break those rules, intentionally or not, it comes with a consequence. So being extra safe on the rules. Like really, if Roman was not sure what to do and he's like, I don't know, is that good enough? Like just fucking wait. Wait until there's like literally no question, because that's the end of the action. Like once the action is completely over and he can regain control of his character, there's like literally nothing else that could possibly be the trigger for marking the square. So like if you're not sure, just wait until it's completely done. Like for whatever reason, if you're like, I killed a boss and I can't remember what the marking condition is, wait for enemy felled, wait for runes, wait for items. And if you wait for all of those, like that's like there's the 30-second grace window to mark the square. Like if you don't feel confident, wait until every single possible trigger can elapse and then mark your square. That way you just know for sure that you're not marking too early. Like, sure, maybe you get sniped, which would be pretty shitty and funny if you're like, I don't know what it is, I'm gonna wait, and then like, bing, somebody else marks it. No! But like, there is, like, if you don't know, there is a way out. Cam looks fine. Does it? Jack is on it. I think, like, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like, I think, like, timeouts for discussion on this is, like, probably not super necessary unless someone's being a total bitch. Like, most people just want their questions answered. If people are causing like a huge problem or something, then like yeah. Or if they're pissing off people who aren't me, then that's fine too. I don't get pissed off terribly easily about people asking questions, even though the question's kind of been answered. Sometimes you just need to hammer a concept home a little bit. But yeah, I mean like yeah, Roman he really just should have been patient. He just should have waited. There's a way. There's a way to guarantee that you're not going to run afoul. And to me, the hand gestures like they tell me that he had no idea. So therefore, just like be more patient. Wait until every single. You get pissed at people being disingenuous. Yeah. By the way, I wasn't keeping tabs of exactly what that person was saying. I'm just saying like in general, like we're chilling. What was the rules issue that was brought into question? Yeah, we just talked about it, but it was the marking on use a transformation as part of Roman's bingo line. Roman did not mark at the correct time and was therefore locked out of the square. And people were upset because like Twisty was nowhere near it, so like it really didn't matter. And it's just like, well, that's just not how rules work now, is it? And then people inevitably bring up like, well, why isn't there an auto marker? Why doesn't a ref mark for them? Like all this kind of shit where it's like, and Domo has to keep on coming back to this and being like, people, marking is part of the game. Part of the game is knowing the rules and responsibly marking for yourself. Like that's bingo. Like it or lump it. Marking is part of the game. And he also on the live broadcast brought up excellent reasons why you don't want refs to mark things. Hey, Jack, can you answer this question non-vacuously? What the fuck does that mean? That person was being confusingly argumentative and offering a bunch of seemingly non-sequitur arguments. I mean, if people were upset with them, then cool. Good riddance, that's fine. When is playerless bingo coming? Yeah, just have the AIs do it. A vacuous statement is one that can be technically true but has no real meaning to it. I see. If refs marked things, Aggie would have gotten the O'Neal square against Parkey. Is that true? I didn't see their perspectives back to back. Was he like kind of slow on the draw? I mean, who's to say? Maybe his ref would have also been slow on the draw. Smile. Good instinct stars, thank you. It's like in NFL two player. What the fuck? How are you back there, Phoebe? What the fuck is this? She chewed up a barcode somehow. What? What the hell? She like went behind my computer and chewed up a barcode. What was that from? What have you done? What is this? What are we doing? Why are we doing? What is the matter? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, Philium. Yeah. Or Philium. Is that Philium or Philum? I know exactly what you're talking about. Like when people in the NFL like spike the ball as they're crossing the end zone to like celebrate their touchdown or whatever, but they like spiked it just short of the line. Usually that getting punished has a bit of a sick sense of satisfaction because like someone was being a goober and it's like, well, you're celebrating too much and stuff. Like obviously Roma like didn't mean anything malicious or wasn't trying to like celebrate or anything and be like a dick. Like obviously that was not the case, but that is why it's a good analogy for rules being like that in other sports and things. The best ref in any sport is the one you never hear from. Never going to be good for... Yeah. I like it when the refs don't get involved, but I also like it when the rules are the rules. It would just be nice if like the rules were never run afoul and people knew the rules, tracked their progress accurately on the board. But that's human error, and bingo is played by humans. Yeah, I agree, Burner. Domo's put a shit ton of thought into how this should work. And he's also been dealing with people yelling about it for a very long time. And like most of the time it works very well and we have no problems. And again, like just like with the streaming service, like when it's working fine, nobody's saying like, "Ooh, yay, the streaming service." And then like also when the rules are working fine, nobody's like, "Hell yeah, the rules are so slick and smooth." And it's the kind of thing that you only notice when it makes itself known, and you're like nobody's thankful for it when it doesn't. I'm getting in the way of the vicious puppy being cute. I mean, if I let her too near the wire, she will eat the wire. So I'm preserving my ability to hear sounds. Please get bitten instead. I don't care about me getting, well, I kind of care about me getting bitten, but I do not want the wire chewed through. You won marbles in Swed's stream? Holy shit. You're gonna play him in bingo? Wait, hang on. Are you gonna, can you stream it? I would love to, love to, love to commentate a Say game. Do you have any desire to do that? Would Discord stream it? Deal. Wait, did Discord make a sound when it popped up? Well, you guys can't see the Discord, right? That would be questionable. Oh, I showed a starting up window. Okay. Oh, right, the little like spinny Discord icon or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Oh, interesting. Looks like we might have a match on Wednesday this week. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Okay, okay. We can see you telling Gray he's the superior bingo player. I will not be baited. Okay, here we go. What? I'm so stupid, actually.
I forgot I was in this call. I was just muted. I'm just like in here forgetting I'm like even in here to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I
I was just
already quitted your stream, so I was like, oh, he's
I was just like
doing
in here
stuff,
talking. I like
probably
joking.
yelling at chat. Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
I
Jack's
I
here
even
too.
I even voted for the
Hi.
other options, but yeah, damn.
Oh. Yeah, people want the bingo. I get it. I get it.
And
DLC
that-
time?
Yes, because it would
Yeah.
not be much of a game.
Right. What's
And
up,
that
Jack?
even summoned the Jack.
Yo.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going well. How you doing?
Always going. I'm good. Chilling with chat, about to play some bingus. This is the seed, or sorry, the room.
I haven't gotten to see Say play in a hot minute, so I'm stoked.
Same.
Then we just do that for the DLC seed as well. Oh, chat.
Yeah.
Whatever will we do? Hi,
I
Faresha.
think my last 1v1s probably goes up to like at least 1 month ago against Tom.
Those of you who aren't familiar with Say's game, Say is like very, very good at the DLC.
Sim lobby.
Very,
for
very
the name
dangerous.
You said
Yeah,
This should be a treat. This should be a treat.
name seed.
Might as well. Might as well.
Yeah.
Jack,
Hell
how
yeah.
are
All right, catch you later, stars. Have a good night.
Matches today. Were they good?
Oh, wait, sorry, what was that?
How are the matches this morning? Were they good? I only watched Twisty's series. There was one before it, right?
Yeah. They were
Good. What happened?
I just reviewed them. Surely I can remember what I said. There was a lot to learn.
What happened?
There was a lot to learn, I would say.
Who played?
So it was Parky versus Sirius and Twisty versus Roma.
I feel like Sirius is shaping up to be one of the better competitors.
Oh yeah, he do be spooky.
Yeah, like I think he's like other than Tom and Blanks, he'd be the person I'm worried about the most, I think.
Yeah. Tough boards too, to be honest. They were kind of like snowbally boards that put a lot of favor to the experienced player, I would say.
Yeah. Yup, that's how it be sometimes. That's how it be. There's a lot of killing on the boards. Yeah, it's tough. All right, I got a stick and none is on Lands Between Rune. Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I wasn't there. Short spear.
Yep.
On Vagabond and Lands Between Runes is nothing. Okay.
Oh, hey, good luck.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Wait, where?
whoa, 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 whoa.
What?
Damn, you want to be done so fucking fast.
I'm ready to go. I'm raring to go. I'm locking in.
You're locking in? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm ready.
Okay, good luck.
Good luck, have fun.
Wait, what the fuck? Why can't I watch his stream? Huh? There we go.
Oh, I see.
I'm scared. I'm scared. That is
Okay, good luck.
Good luck.
Huge. Okay. We got a board, which I have minimized. There it is. All right. Bingo Club isn't affiliated with Bingo Brawlers. That is correct. We do have good ties and good relations, but no affiliation. Okay. What are we looking at here? Oh, yeah. It's here, everyone. It's here. Who's the goat of Bingus for me? Well, I didn't watch in the days of Geno Machino and Catalyst. I hadn't yet discovered Elden Ring at the time, so I have no really affiliation with those guys. So for me, it's Tom and Blanks, to be honest. They've been dominant as long as I've been playing and watching. All right, other than the obvious best square in Bingo, what do we got? Blowing Finger, Backside, Commander Pants. This is kind of a wild road, to be honest. Muy interesante. You're at work, what was that? Secret right scrolls on the board. Next question. There's also a bit of wonkiness here as well. It's row 3. Obviously, like, the rest of this line doesn't really work with it, so it's just something to be aware of. Like, if you're playing out on the map and people don't go south and Kindred Cookbooks gets marked and that same player gets secret right scroll, like, holy fuck, you gotta watch out for this shit. I mean, it's honestly kind of a frontside game. Hang on. Let me frontside it up. What are we looking at here? Squares that are good and achievable with frontside. Row 3 is a problem, though. That's a problem with that idea. It's a lot of stuff. Say starting with a scythe, Swed starting with a colossal sword. This is the worst scythe, but it is still a status weapon, and he's got some grease. He's also purchased multi-hit talisman, Longtail Cat, and the Dragon Crest, whereas Swed just has the Ritual Sword talisman. It would be cool if Bingo keeps getting bigger. Eventually, the Bingo Brawlers becomes big enough that you have an A-League, a B-League. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Having an up-and-comers league would be cool. That way people could kind of get over some of their shit about, like, some games are kind of non-games because newer player versus super experienced player. Could be cool. I think, like, a lot of people who make those comments, by the way, aren't watching the practice season, really. Because, like, for the people who watch the practice, like, getting to see the person that you've watched, like, actually come up and do their official and, like, see them try their best and see what they can do, like, that's rewarding in and of itself. It's just, like, when it's actual game day and there's, like, 2,000 more people watching than normal. Like, 2,000 average, not, like, 2,000 total. Obviously, on actual game day, there's, like, 30, 40, 50,000 people that aren't watching practice that are watching throughout, like, VODs and live stream and whatnot, kind of cycling in and out throughout the day. But it's like those people, I can understand why they're like, why isn't this competition very stiff, like, between these two players? Like, what the helly? But also, just, like, if you think about, like, another big sport like baseball or something where you've got like divisions and stuff, and it's like it's all still the same league, but like the constant or the like classic meme about like, oh, the Mets or whatever, like always. I mean, I think didn't they just win a World Series or something? I don't fucking care about baseball, but like there's like these classic meme teams that just like never really do well, but like people still go and support them and stuff, and like I don't know, it doesn't need to be like always the the most tightest, closest, heart poundingest of games. Obviously, that makes it like a treat, but sometimes it's cool to see like a really good player like execute a really good game plan, or like a newer player like do something pretty impressive that you didn't know that they were capable of. And upsets are always possible. Yes, that is true. Sometimes crazy shit happens. And the thing is like, if crazy shit happened all the time, crazy shit would happen none of the time. Because crazy would just be normal. Sensory overload. All right, Swed is miles behind Say. I think Swed went 3-path. I think Swed likes 3-path. And Say just took Gravestone Skip. What is he eyeing up, though? What is his square here? Is it our hippos? It's not Teolia's concoction. Both of them have skipped that. It's possible that, like, the Scythe and Rot Grease tells me that he's doing a Hippo Rush. Oh, yeah. It wasn't the Mets that won something. It was the Knicks. The Knicks were, like, also a classic shitter team, right? And then they finally, like, won the NBA thing. Yeah, row one's good. Say is not hard rushing it. Typically, if you're psycho sending the hippo, you don't go this direction. So he's either made a calculation that Swed is going to be taking a bit more time with his early game route, and therefore Say has enough leisure time to grab an extra skidoo level before doing hippo, or he's doing something else entirely. Or it's because he's interested in the combo of golden hippo Leta rune. He is. Okay. So, like, you want that Grace to be able to do the Leta rune after the hippo anyway. Makes sense. One thing that I'm actually pretty curious to see is if Say does the Leta rune and instead of going up to first floor, goes down to Frenzy instead, trusting that he's just going to choose to go back section at some point. This would be a very Say play to make, I feel, because, like, there's a reasonable amount of back section stuff, and he, like, wants Leta rune as is anyway. I feel like he'll either pivot and not go for Leta rune after killing the hippo, or I think we might see something weird and him grab the Leta rune and drop down to Frenzy without grabbing first floor. But I don't know. I don't know that for sure. It's just like a weird hunch. There's a pretty substantial rune in this tent that a lot of people don't grab, but hippo hasn't been a big thing this season, so not super surprising. Grabbing some Ember of Mesmer along the way as well for the cracked pot recipes. Swed just kind of going back section, doing the AFK 12 DLC edition. Nothing wrong with that. DLC is a map-hungry format. At the start, Swed said row 2 is terrifying, so he wanted the scroll. I mean, if you go back section, it does not mean that you cannot contest row 1. Like, you do have, like, an easier route up to Mesmer via the ladder. All right, really quickly tuning into what Roundtable has to offer. It does have a Curseblade Cirque backhand blade. I don't know that Say will eye that up over the Scythe. I feel like a greasable weapon is probably better. However, Say is a Season 4 style player, so has a unbelievable amount of experience with the backhand blade's weapon type, so that could also play a factor into it. Swed had Anchor in Bonnie Village. Ooh, that is certainly much better than Svi. The Cirque is pretty good. It's okay. He's only dropping the Scythe. He's not dropping the Cirque as of now. But yeah, a bit of a weapon advantage for Swed, definitely. Back to Shadowkeep main gate, straight into the Golden Hippo. Is his character Albert Einstein? It is indeed. Greases. Did he strafe that? What the hell? He was out of stamina and it just whiffed. Nice roll. Pretty poor vision in the corner. Big stagger. Scythes do a surprising amount of poise damage. Gets the vacuum. Nicely done. Rot is applied. Does he grease here? No. The charge R2 on this side is very bad with the double hit. It does help build multi-hit, I guess, but I'd just rather have a better single hit charge R2 that's less long. Alright, here comes the phase transition. Nicely done. Getting some kind of poor RNG. Lots of quill moves. Bleed proc. Could have punished the stand-up belly flop move a little bit better, I think. Ooh, staggers him out of the big quill spray. That's huge for him. Big damage, big status build up, skipping the big stall. Another charge R2. Does it earlier that time. Kind of remembers, I think, that this weapon has that goofy charge R2. Ooh, takes a double hit from the quill spray. More stalling from the hippo. Gotta be a little bit careful. Runs it down. Make sure the hippo doesn't do more stalling moves. For anyone who isn't aware, when the hippo is in second phase, if the hippo gets space from you, you need to chase him down ASAP or he'll continue doing stalling moves. That's a controllable part of his moveset. Sometimes he'll just do it because he's a dick, but... Nicely done. And there's the mark. A little on the slow side. Some of it due to getting the Leta's Grace for the Leta rune. You could, like, the fastest you can mark hippo is in like the around 8-minute mark or something. But also this just isn't the fastest weapon. He didn't jump R2 the hippo belly flop because he was kind of in a corner and he couldn't strafe around the hippo properly. He would just jump into its downward hitbox. Okay, sweat eyeing up the row 2. Okay, Leta rune is set up. Very curious to see what Sei does after this. Does he clock the row 2 as being a problem? Does he go to set up Frenzy? Does he do something else? One thing I will note here that I quite like is he has not spent very much of his hippo money. He's sitting on 160,000 runes still, because he wants to go do a big Kale buy. So, like, you don't really need a bunch of juice to, like, kill Leta with Horn Scent. So, like, no reason to stat dump here. Yo, what up, DJ Donkey Sausage? ADM here for Swed. Has a Rot Grease. No Savage Lion's Claw yet, despite having been to 3-path. It matters less on the first fight than it does other fights, because, like, the infusion is all about scaling. So if you don't really have any stats to speak of, it doesn't really matter if you're on standard. I like him using the Barbaric Roar there. You never do charged attacks on NPCs anyways, so if you Barbaric Roar, you do lose your grease, but you do just get like that 10% weapon buff for free. Really, really nice for just, like, bullying NPCs. It's just free damage. The Sega to handicap with the bum ankle. Ooh, not rolling through the dragon spit. The dragon spit in the dragon's pit. It's tagged a little. Already through Letta. Scythes just, like, destroy NPCs. They're one of the best anti-NPC weapon classes in the game. For whatever reason, the AI just don't know how to deal with scythes. Very casual strafe there from Sweat. He's like, I don't even need to sprint. We're chilling. Good spacing. I think his weapon buff ran out. He could rebuff if he wanted to. Careful. All right. Could have maybe gotten a little bit more space due to ADM running him down like that. Yep. Does he always try and strafe out the magma? Usually I just roll through it to get back into the fight. Either way, ADM down. Hate that Barbaric Roar is a weapon buff. Yeah, it does feel like a body buff. When Sweat isn't distracted by chat or something else, he's pretty damn good at bingo. That is true. All right. First big buy from Say. No buy yet from Swed. He could still run through Church District for the 50k to buy with, or he's eyeing up Ansbach. Say though, he's in Gravesite. He could be fixing his map, grabbing 3-path, moving towards the Secret Right scroll, which would completely nullify the row 2. I also didn't see what Grace Say grabbed after Letta. Here we see him moving towards the Craft Hefty Pots, which is part of his line. Also blocks out a column 2 from Swed. His lighting is terrible. He like can't see anything. Little unfortunate. What is Say going for here? Does it need 3? I thought it only needed 2 Fireflies. He would know, I would imagine. Grabs the Grace. Oh my god, you can craft while doing a Grace pivot? What a nerd. What a nerd, dude. I was kind of curious to see if he would throw the pot at the Skidoo guy just to get a free Skidoo, but I think he's clocked the power of Ansbach here, and I'm pretty sure he might get it. Because once he touches 3-path, then he's fully caught up with Swed, and Swed has not yet got to back section. It's going to be really close, I think. I have no idea, actually, how this is going to line up. Very, very curious to see. Oh, he's not going for it. He's going for his line. His line is slower than the row 2. Okay, he's not discarding the pot. I don't know what the camera nod was about, but fine. Okay, jump off where the birds are. Land on top of the building. Okay, he is going for it. Is there any reason to drain the water that Swed would stop off for? He is. What is the reason? Oh, no, wait. No, he's not. Where the fuck am I? What's happening? Never mind. He's going up to first floor. He was on the other bridge. I thought he was on the drain the water bridge. Yeah, exactly. Crafts during the Grace, but doesn't discard the pot. All right. Say's talking to Ansbach. Swed will have a faster way up to Ansbach. But he's going to go all the way up to Loft as well, which is, like, It's fast. Ooh, he's not going for it. Oh, Secret Right Scroll! The meme strikes again! There's no way. Oh, God, we're not going for it. Okay, he's opening up ADM, actually. Or is this what he's doing? No, he's crafting. He's going for the gas pot? Brother. I mean, this is a good line. But is it better than Swed's? Also, Swed could just kill Mesmer. Is there forges on the board? So he's gonna mog 40k, I guess. Discard, bro. Oh my god, he's blasting some ghost for no reason. Why didn't Say go for the fly pot? Good question, actually. He's grabbing smithing stones. Maybe he doesn't know exactly where the gas stones are. All right, he's 100,000% losing the... Yeah, those are smithing stones, not gas stones. He doesn't know. He doesn't know where they're at. They blend in. Oh, it's behind you. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Say! I think he missed one, actually. There's one. There's one. Oh, he's running the other way. Dude, they look like every other piece of shit in this place. Yup. Oh, my God. Why do we discard the pots? Because it's faster than throwing, and you have to liberate one of your hefty pots in order to craft the next one. Oh my god, say, please! Does he have it? Does he just need to get out of combat? Did he find the gas stone? He's gonna be back up at Egon. Oh my fucking god. He did get two. Wait, does it require mushrooms as well? 3-path is better for mushrooms, I think. Okay. Yeah, 3-path is better for mushrooms, say. Okay, there it is. Or does he need 3? Jesus Christ. This is why I hate this craft hefty pot square, to be honest. Like, it's so much like random little pieces of shit on the ground. Oh my god. So does Swed race? Or does he block? Say is going for the cookbooks. I feel like Say is going to get this because whoever goes for it first wins? Or no? Where's Say's 4th cookbook? He only has 3. Swed has the 4th because he went backside. But Swed's going towards Lamenter. Okay, probably not a bingo from Swed then. It is a double square. No, he's pivoting. He's going Mesmer. Okay. No lines. They're blocking. They are blocking. Yeah, I mean, Swed saw that Say pivoted out of Shadowkeep for the pots, so like super safe to just take the Mesmer here. You know Say went front sides, that means that you have the map advantage. Not the juice advantage, of note. Killing Hippo is better for Say's juice than killing ADM was for Swed. Okay, this gets, say, a incant as well, going on the way to base Rao. If he's eyeing up Burn the Ceiling Tree ever, then he could grab a Grace for the Inner Limb Painting. Oh, it's also a piece for the Greybird set as well. So, some value out this way. There's kind of a lot out by Mariga, actually. For Swed, there's like Below the Finger if he wants to go that way. He can kill Mariga with sorceries, Lamenter Transformation, PK. Kind of a Hippo if he felt so inclined. A nice region. I think if Say had not seen Secret Right Scroll from Swed, I think Say would have gone for the Mesmer front side. But when you see that, you probably know back section because you beat him to Hippo. Therefore, you know Loft. Therefore, Mesmer is kind of off the table if Swed wants it. So I think it's a pretty astute call here to just trade. The problem is this does make a top left diagonal for Swed. So Say needs to like then go do Hippos, probably. But Hippos is decent for Say anyway. Progress towards 85 out in Rao, Incantations, Devonia. I think Swed might want to be interested in trying to take away Devonia after getting Mesmer. There are 3 transformations in the game. Only 2 of them are really viable for bingo, one being Lamenter, the other being the Painting Reward, both of which are on the board. The final transformation is after killing Bale. You get the transformation to turn into Florisax. But that one, I don't know if... I may have seen marked like one time in like a community game. Okay, say going back section now at this point. For the 4th Kindred Cookbook, makes a lot of sense. Gets to make up some of his map progress. Swed not having a particularly fast Mesmer. Pierce damage is one of the lesser damage types against Mesmer himself, so just kind of slogging through the fight. This is one of those instances where having the 25 faith or whatever for the buffs is like pretty not good, because like the buffs run out super fast in slow fights. So like he's just got all this like wasted value. Like, I think, like, buying the buffs off the rip is, like, a pretty massive trap, to be honest. It's a lot of money investment, and your early money is your most important money. The reason the buffs are good for a lot of people is that it's a good way to spend late-game runes, which are otherwise pretty shit. Yeah, Rot is bad on Mesmer. That is correct. Although, given how bad Swed's damage is, he probably got a good amount of value out of the Rot just in the one phase that it was on. He does indeed have a nice Mesmer fight. Big stagger. Into the riposte. One thing that you can do is when you're going to punish that dash away into the spear move, if you do the kind of attack that Swed is doing, which makes your character low profile, hunched over, the spear dive will actually miss you, so you don't actually need to roll that. It is very consistent. Alright, there's the Kindred Cookbooks for the block. Here's Mesmer for the block. I do think like these blocks advantage Swed. But Say, because of the way that the timing works out, Say gets the first jump on Ancient Rao, which is pretty good for him. He gets the first port to block this diagonal. Swed not going for it. Swed opting for back gate, potentially eyeing up Gaius. Potentially eyeing up the top right diagonal, maybe. It's just like also just squares. There's good squares back here. Center square is fine, always. Gaius's, juice, skidoo, all that good stuff. Such a cool thing that he 100% made up himself. I know a bait when I see one, and I shall not take it. I shall not take that bait. Humbly submitting a request. I never use the phrase Gaius juice again. Request received and formally denied. Yo, I'm doing okay. How's it going? It's a bit cooler today, so I'm not nearly as sweaty as I was recently, which is very welcome. Mesmer juice is also great. Row 5, you say? Yeah. Death Knight, bit of a standout stinker. What was the 4th cookbook? Say did run Church District High Road. So a bit of a long run for the block that he needs. He may be able to utilize that progress at a later point, but not for now. For now, Sweat is the master of the backside. I love seeing Swed pick up new tech because, like, Swed has often been kind of a, like, he does it his way. But he used to do, like, the wall strat with Gaius, and now seeing him do the runaway strat, like, picking up the stuff that the rest of us are using, that's really nice. Very happy to see that. Oh my god, he unequipped his weapon on accident! Oh my god, what was he trying to do? Was he trying to drink blue or something? The hell was that? Swed could go column 3. Swed is red. Why do this, Hippo? Because Say already had one, and Ancient Row's pretty decent. Oh my god, Sweat, he's losing his fucking mind. Oh god. I will say that Devonia is probably going to look pretty rough with this weapon. I wonder if, say, forwent the Great Axe check when he was running for cookbooks. I did miss it due to watching the Mesmer fight. Nice skip. But Devonia with this thing being in the class of status stick weapons, I feel like this is not going to look great on Devonia. A lot of slash, which is not good against armored foes. He will be able to rot and freeze her, I suppose, but the innate bleed will not do anything. Also, they are, like, relatively frost resistant on the Crucible Knights, so he does have to keep up the pressure if he does want a frost to actually proc. Interesting sequence from Devonia. Haven't really seen that a whole lot. Doesn't get the strafe. Nice Gaius kill from Swed onto Albinoric Woman. Punishing the slam down. Gets the nice roll. That's a tricky roll to get. Jump attack to knock Devonia on her ass. Big game. Don't want to be taking riposte against Crucible Knights. Gets shoved a little. Playing it very safe with the heals. Nice rolls. Albinoric Woman going a little bit spicily sweating dies. Oh my god. Blah. That is an Angie mustache right there. God, I love this square. If this square were just like kill Commander Gaius, it would be so boring. Oh, big stagger. Nicely done. Not Devonia's never an easy fight. Blood Fiends are holy schmoly. Okay, continuing on through Ancient Rao. Nah, that's a Rolana square. What are you talking about? We're buffing for the Albinoric woman. It's silly, but I understand. Oh my god, again, dude. Oh, that's crazy. He's crashing out. Oh my god. He lost his runes? Oh no, with 85 on the board, that's actually kind of a big deal. All right, that should be 3 incantations for say. Yep. Stone of Garank. Oh, too bad that's sorcery only. Get some greases. I think it's more of a buy a Dragon Crest talisman. That's more of what I would say. The DLC slaps without Dragon Crest. I hate playing in the DLC without it. It's so brutal. There's like 2 things that are basically just like never leave home without in the DLC, and that's Greenburst Tier and Dragon Crest. They're just so essential. Keep the damage that you take under control, and then stamina regen to be able to keep up the pressure in fights when you have to be active a lot of the time, and like keeping up the multi-hit and stuff, using your precious stamina regeneration windows as effectively as possible. He's grabbing the Skidoo because I don't know why. Maybe he wants to like only do this one more time. Like if I die again, I'll Skidoo up. Oh my days. I mean, he knows he's got time. Like he's seen say go front side and then mark Devonia and Hippos. He knows he's got all day on this. Jump away, shoot an arrow. Here's the Frost Spit. Heals in it. Swed, get the fuck out. The robustness on the armor preventing the frost proc. If he wasn't wearing the full armor set, that would have been a proc. Oh, Dinks! He's got to be careful here. Oh, he missed! He missed because he was unlocked! He's out of stamina! Oh my god, Albinoric woman took such mercy on him there. He was dead to rights if she attacked. Or if, more accurately, if the wolf attacked. She's camping in the house where he can't get a jump attack. Alright, kills the wolf. That should do it. Jesus! It is often easier to do horseless, especially if you have like a bigger weapon. All right, heading down to Jory. How well can Say win this game without back section? It's like Gaia's Pants. He's actually kind of correct. Like Gaia's Pants is the only back gate square. Like Say has the Grace by Ymir for blow. So he doesn't actually need to go to the hinterlands for any reason. He can do Gravebird armor from front section. He has the painting now. Sorcery only, you need Ymir, but he has Ymir. He does need south, probably. But Swed, by marking Gaia's Pants, took away Say's only reason to have to go back section. So that was actually maybe a bit of a mistake, now that we look at the kind of the texture of the board. There's now like no leverage over Say on the back gate, and Say moving south. All right. He forgot to do something? Skidoo, perhaps? Level 6? Jesus. Alright, he's committing to the Scythe. In a way, this is kind of cool because, like, he potentially kills Mariga and ADM this game, and Rakshasa. That's a lot of hits for Dex weapons. So, committing to a Dex weapon... Oh, okay, he's eyeing up the backhand blade now. Probably not for this fight. I don't know why he's dropping it now. I think, like, Scythe would probably just bully ADM. But again, this guy does have a lot of experience with backhand blades. Big Season 4 style player, so the moveset's going to be very comfortable to him for the Curse Blade Circ. Alright, Swed heading in the south direction now. Makes a lot of sense. This is now where a large amount of the power is on the board. I wonder if Swed tries to go Lamenter here, if Say is going to beat him to transformation with the painting. I feel like there's a reasonable chance of this happening. Swed has to worry about Say's row 4, a little bit. Like, Say will be near Romina, so, like, level 85 is in play for both of them. Swed's going up the Jagged Peak, actually. He's just going for the Egon's Finger. Okay. I think, like, both are decent. Like, up the Jagged Peak is Transformation Painting's Finger, whereas heading true south towards Karos and Coast is below a Finger, PK, sorcery only, Lamenter transformation. But if you take away transformation via the Egon thing, it's more balanced. Interesting. But Swed doesn't have the painting yet, and Say does. As long as... I mean, if Say has a pretty fast ADM, there's a world where he gets paintings. This is currently not a fast ADM. It's not triggered his rot proc just yet. Does get the bleed. There's the rot. Ooh, now he swaps to the Circ. Ooh, kind of cool. Tries to jumping R2 to get the heal cancel. Doesn't get it. God, I've missed that running R2. That running R2 is such a feels good move. That's like one of the best feeling moves in the game. All right, the Circ looking relatively good on the ADM. Swed going for Furled Finger first. Okay, so Say definitely gets paintings and transformation if he goes up, but does he choose to go south instead? That is the big question. Egon's Finger with the Rusted Anchor, by the way. Ho ho ho! That's some good damage. Oh my lord! My Dragon Crest boy! Not having Dragon Crest. Doesn't get the riposte. Pity. Dude, the glare on him right now. He's just like staring these dragons down. Stupid. Say going up the Jagged Peak. I think the calculation here probably is that Swed is more interested in south, true south, rather than Jagged Peak. So Say wants to get something out of the south play. Oh, he's getting cooked! He got cooked by the wing! Oh my god. The dragon wing just like sat between him and the riposte point. That is brutal. Dude, CBD would be screaming right now. Is he dead? Oh, he's rolling in. Okay, the fire doesn't come that far. The spray, the bounce? Okay, he's God. Nice jumping headshot. Might be due another stagger relatively soon. Here comes the fire from the other dragon. Jumping headshot. Nice. Targeting the midpoint of the dragon, so when it rears up, it misses. Can get on Torrent here. He's doing the sweeping spray on the other dragon, so Swed has time to take the riposte. Maybe he could have gotten one punish in. But it doesn't matter. Dej. So, Egon's finger is about to get marked, and Sei is going to be riding around the same area as Swed. Does Sei go for... Okay, Sei's continuing on. He knows he has the painting. Waiting for the fire to go away. Okay. Nearly got, got Torrent's ass hair singed. In a way, this from Swed is really good. Like, takes away one of the Jagged Peak squares and then heads to True South. Because now he gets to devalue Sei's play while getting himself access to an uncontested region. Also, if Swed blows the finger here, Sei does not know whether Swed went True South or whether Swed went further back gate. You would probably have to imagine it would be True South. Sei's already naked as fuck. He's ready. Ready to receive some Ancient Dragon Man. Sei grabbed Watering Hole after the painting, yes. What are you doing, Miss Phoebe? I feel like I really like blowing a finger from Swed here because it also gets him the sorcery. So he can just kind of like smoothly go, blow a finger, go over to Mariga, do the sorcery. He's not even grabbing the grace. Whoa. What? What? It's also just the faster finger to blow if you have access to both. What the helly? All right, painting time here for Sei. Gotta take a little resto while waiting for the clouds to part. Holy shit, low resolution models in the distance. I don't know why he skipped. I don't know why he skipped, to be honest. He probably is thinking that blow a finger is a back section square, like a back gate square, so he's not like really thinking about it as a south square right now. Okay, so he sees transformation but no Lamenter mark, so he knows that Sei went up the Jagged Peak. He knows 100% that that is paintings. This does devalue his... And this makes actually his skip of the grace way worse, by the way, because, like, he could have, at this point, been like, okay, Sei is not over here, now I can go prep the sorcery, Emir, get the whistle, blow the horn, kill Mariga with the sorcery. But now he kind of doesn't really have that great feeling of an option right now, because Sei is ahead on painting rewards, Sei is ahead on frenzy, and he knows both of these things. So like he could go for Lamenter now, but it feels bad, and then he could go for Mariga's sorcery only, but because he skipped the grace for the finger, it also feels bad. So he's gonna bite the bullet and he's gonna go get the sorcery. But now he will have to either blow the horn in the north, or he'll have to make the run again to the south, which might still even be faster. I don't know. It's the south one's much faster. Okay, what does Sei do first down here? One thing that's kind of interesting is Rakshasa. Like, we see Rakshasa look kind of like a little bitch in a lot of these games because people are rocking Big Bonk. Sei do not Big Bonk right now. So he actually has to kind of deal with this boss on, like, in kind of a spooky way. Now, I know he's pretty good at this fight. So I think it'll look fine. But also, he is transformed. So he will get bleed procced very, very quickly. And he will take a lot of physical damage. The transformation does give a bit of resistances and physical damage negation. But he's also light load, which Sei does not typically rock light load. So I could see him screwing up a roll somewhere. Okay, gonna opt for the Scythe. Makes a lot of sense. That is more poise damage. Yeah, kind of juggling Rakshasa. Looks really nice. Light load is really good for getting out a weed cutter. He whips! And 100 to 0. Oh my god, that was a little greedy, but also a little bit of just outside of the range. Yo, Titan Rig, thank you for the follow. Come on in. Calculated to put on armor? Probably not, because he ripped a rock grease. Swed didn't know that he didn't get oh mother. Oh brother. So now he doesn't have access to either horn. Sad. It's not uncommon to go in mid weed cutter. Yeah, the running R2 not really where it's at. The Rakshasa hyper armor too strong, I think. He does have another rock grease. I think the scythe was working just fine. He just like had a little oopsie daisy. I think we're chilling. There's no such thing as a curse of a secret right scroll. Should be rotting soon-ish. Yeah, just doing a nice clean 1, 2, 3. Very safe. She's definitely rotted. Okay. Little low on stamina, kind of in the corner. This is a bad place to be for weed cutter. Doesn't do it. Back into the center of the arena. That's good. Fake drink on the flask. Another bleed proc. Keeping up multi-hit really nicely as well. Ooh, Alright, we're fine. Does he go for the jump in again? Just opts for running R1. Much safer. This should mostly do it. Oh, Rakshasa rolls out of the last hit. Okay, whoa, nice dodge. We cut her up against the wall. He's fine. Rot ticking away. 1 hit should do it. Bang. Nicely done. Little hiccup at the start, but there we go. So it's doing the waterfall skip. Let's go. Does he jump this time? Because he keeps on walking off and it keeps killing him. Okay, he gets it. Wait, he has no healing? He has actual 0 healing? He put all into blue? Oh my lord. What the heck is that? Surely you don't need that much blue. What's Say doing up here? Painting rewards, I guess. Getting a block on the row 3. This makes a lot of sense, I think, because Swed hasn't marked anything since Egon's finger. Say is not super close to blowing the finger. Well, actually, I don't really know that I like this all that much. I feel like, well, no, it's fine. It's fine, because Swed did mark Egon's finger, so Say knows that Swed is up by the painting reward, so doesn't want to sit on it forever. He's not currently in a position to contest the rest of the row 3. I wouldn't mind having done, like, getting Dragon Communion Altar first. Keep your options open. It's like, hypothetically, from there, you could blow the finger, or, like, if Swed did, like, blow the finger and do sorceries only, then you're still ahead on paintings anyway, so you're fine. But Say is also, like, at 9 squares already. Like, we're getting very close to, say, being in majority. So just, like, getting that block out of his hair. He's got Jory all to himself. He's pretty far ahead on Gravebird armor by virtue of having gone base Row already for the incantations and the Kindred cookbooks. And being in actual Ancient Row at Romina's Grace. That's further than Swed is with just having Mesmer dead. So, Say's final squares could be some combination of... Whoops, I'm on pen mode. Some combination of this. He can lose... or he could do Deathblight Lion as well out there. So he's kind of got 5 squares. He doesn't need to contest Swed in the True South. If he doesn't want to. Swed and his America cheese. funny. Does it like work every time? It does appear that way. I was kind of wondering if she like outranged it or if she was able to shoot you. Yeah, so she can shoot you. She does underneath Swed currently. Well, this is, I think, a common all bosses hitless cheese to just like sit up here and nuke her with spells, which Swed has done all bosses hitless recently, and this has not been a square for Bingo for a long time. Okay, sorcery only does say pivot. I feel like he might go to the Dragon Communion altar and then pivot. It's pretty dangerous to pursue another square down here. What the hell is Swed doing here? Oh, is he running to the blow a finger from this grace? It's really awkward to get back to Dragon Communion when you have Turbinus and Karos. It's such a long, goofy run. Say's contesting the finger. Does he have time? I think he does. I think if he runs in like the side gate, because there's no actual meter here, so he doesn't have to spend time touching the grace, time opening the gate. If he runs in the side entrance of Manus Meter, ooh, it's kind of close. There's also a drop down that you can do from the direction that Swed is running that is faster than doing the traditional skip. It just rarely comes up, and I wouldn't be surprised if Swed doesn't know it. I'm gonna have my pen ready to try and circle it if we can see it from where he is. I think Swed gets this though, because Say has to warp. Yo, what up, Kilo? Okay, it's past this tower. It's like right behind the tower here. There's like, you can jump down to the like one of the fingers or something, like just over there. And so he would save himself the runaround of doing this. So he's grabbing the grace too. Say's ahead. Oh my god, if Swed actually knew the drop down. Oh, actually there's a bit of stream delay. Swed's going to the dupe! What is he doing? This is not faster, my friend. Oh no. He forgore. Why would he do it this way? Uh-oh. This is a square that Say has no business winning, I think. Uh-oh. Oopsie poopsie. You've seen them doing this way for blow? I mean, Swed has barely gotten even into the lineup position, and Say's already, like, here in the middle of the ruins. Actual zero way. And this is just harder, as well. Just more difficult. Yeah, this makes Say's path to 13, like, so easy. He's got so many options. He's a ref, surely he won't mismark this. Regains control of character. Ba-boom. I don't know why I enjoyed the little doodles so much. Going for the Bellerot Lion? What? Come on, Say. Do the Deathlight one. It's right there, bro. Buh. I call buh. He has the grace for it, too. Swed's running this way, too! This isn't part of, like, some unblocked line or something, right? No, it's just a square. Are all lines blocked for both players? It looks like yes. Yeah. What? Rakshasa armor? Oh, what? This guy's crazy! What is he doing? What the fuck? I guess you typically don't see that because people tend to not get knocked down by the stinger. Hi, Phoebe. Sweat also got tagged by it. Oh my god. Tom got the secret right scroll in his game. He has to counter the curse. Is Sei transformed? Nah, he's wearing Rashasa armor. It does kind of look like the dragon guy, though. Okay, splitting. Makes sense. Although, what here do? Death Knight? Okay. It's fine as well. As he doesn't feel confident on Gravebird because Swed has been a little bit dark in the log. Only marked sorcery only in the past 15 minutes. So not super confident about Gravebird. Not super confident about 85. So just like doing, like we can see that the Enter Limb play just like wins for Sei. But he doesn't know that. So splitting his options a little bit. Probably good to mention the finger route in the post game, perhaps. Lately, Sweat has realized there's a lot of routing he's been doing suboptimally and wonder what else he's been doing wrong. I feel like he knows that finger skip, no? Because, like, we didn't even know the skip down to the dupe coffin for the season that Swed played in the DLC. Uh-oh. Where was the last grace we grabbed, Mr. Sei? Yui got a Rolana hit list 10 minutes in. Wow. That's impressive. With a short sword? Square off, go crazy. I don't think you need to slide down this far, Sei. Yeah, he didn't even take damage. I was like one step too far down of the slides, I think. Sweat is gonna fucking cook this lion, by the way. I feel like he really doesn't need the buffs for this, but he does have old lords and stuff, so the buffs are, they're good, but like the amount of damage he has with like a full pierce weapon, like this is just super overkill. If you want to impress me, use a gay short sword. Like a curved sword? One curved sword is worse than two curved swords. Whereas a straight sword does pretty well alone. Food for thought. Sweat, Jesus, the greed. Stagger? You could probably hit him right here, and that would be a stagger. Yep. Nice. Was that too much punish? Yep. Honestly, the damage is not as good as I was expecting. It's good, but it wasn't like, holy. 'Cause he's killed like Gaius and Mesmer and stuff. I guess he lost all of Gaius's money. Alright, there's Dancing Lion for Sei. Where did Sei just quit out? Did he just grab the Catacomb Grace and warp out? Send the elevator back up or something? Yesterday? What yesterday are you referring to? Only Skidoo 6? Skidoo 6 is a lot of Skidoo. Going Lamenter here for Swed. His stuff. He's not got a super great path to victory. Oh my god, say is sandwiched in the wall by the imp. There's a lot of like very painful different direction squares for this late game. Very easy to split and win from here, I think. Like kind of the obvious late game power up is, or like power play, I should say, is this rune level 85 Gravebird armor. So like hypothetically, Swed could be like, shit, I can't let him have that because he's at 11 and that would get him to 13 just like for free. And so say just like doing anything else, splitting some progress among the other dangling squares, it's gonna be like really hard to snipe him. And then the thing is if like Swed does snipe him, then that 85 Gravebird set is still in play. Although Say might not get 85 because he hasn't actually killed Romina yet, and Swed has killed Mesmer and might just bumble into it by killing random shit. On the East Coast, what time is it? Oh shit, it's getting late. What weapon do we use for Death Mates? Do we use backhand blades or do we use the scythe? Neither are going to be all that great. Probably scythe with a frost or a rock grease or something. Oh, he does have Rakshasa armor, so his damage will be a little bit better. What combo of bosses get you to 85? Basically just if you have the gold scarab and the gold horn tenders along the way, it's literally just burn the ceiling tree. Just Mesmer, Romina. They get you there. Because it's like 1.2 million runes. And Mesmer with gold horn tender and the scarab is like 670k or something. And Romina's like almost 600k, I think like 580. So together it's 1.2 mil. You might need to pop a remembrance or some shit, or like you have like some in your starting levels or whatever. That fuck? Oh, Say drinking! He got grammed! He's having... okay, one thing that a lot of... that like nobody who doesn't know Say will know is like Say has kind of like a little bit of sloppy late games. Like his early game is always like really hard to deal with. Like very, very sharp in the early game. And in the late game, like this amount of bingo, I mean, it does kind of like exhaust you a little mentally. And in particular, Say, he kind of like has a bit of more goofy shit happen in the late game. It's just a funny thing that happens when he plays. Not the first time I've seen this kind of thing. Yeah, he's shaking his camera like, what the hell, dude? He also probably like relaxes a little because he's like winning, so not playing like nearly as focused. Swed did lose all of his Gaius money. He died to Albinoric woman without picking up the runes twice. You're the same when you play poker. Really good for a while and then lose focus. Yeah, it's really interesting how some players kind of like do better in the early, some players do better in the late. Sometimes you could like boil it down to like player technical skill because like a lot of late game squares tend to be skill intensive, but that's not true of everyone. Like Say definitely doesn't lack for technical skill. It's just like it's just like getting sloppy as the game goes on. Dude, the damage is bad. I don't think so. It might be Maybelline in this case. I think it's just like we're old and we get tired. This Death Knight fight is so long, bro. He's been here for decades. Who are my top 5 DLC players right now? I don't really know like everyone in the community right now. So I've been mostly focused on Brawlers stuff. So I know there are people out there that I don't really know that are kind of cooking. There's a guy called Lucas who plays in multiple community leagues. He's really good at the DLC. I would definitely put myself in the ring as well, and Tom. If Say played more, I'd probably put Say in there, but he just does not do a lot of 1v1s lately. But like, Say can beat anyone in the Bingo Brawler League, even when he's like a little rusty. Saw a few Lucas games. Yeah, Lucas is pretty nasty. Rosa? No. Rosa also hasn't played in a really long time. He's definitely good, but he's also very cocky on Rosa. Like, he plays very recklessly. Very exploitable. Not a particularly well-rounded player. I guess Lucas does that too. That's his main issue. Stop chewing your bowl, Phoebe. Pepe, I'm better than Blank's Jack. I let my record speak for itself in this regard. I also think, like, just the DLC hasn't been Blank's focus lately. But, you know, the longer the Bingo Brawlers season goes on, the more practice he gets, the more well-rounded. I also haven't seen him play DLC in what feels like a long time. Or at least, like, who have his opponents been lately? I haven't seen, like, a ton of close matches in the DLC lately. Iron You. He did, like, he barely won that by the skin of his teeth. I mean, it was a dominant showing, but, like, he did kind of, like, clock the line at the last possible second. Which is the sign of a good player, like, pulling a disaster away back from the brink. That is what you gotta do. I've been caught by lines like that before. Absolutely. His match with Aggie was kind of close in the DLC. Yeah, I don't remember the details of that match. So much bingo. So much bingo going on. Swed just kind of randomly doing squares, hoping he gets Say, but given the fact that Rakshasa was a mark from Say, it's, you know, not inconceivable that he'd be down here doing the old jewelry. Yeah, I was casting that game. It was very cool. I think Aggie could have won easier if he had cleaned up Chief Bloodfiend, and I also think Tom threw a little on the consort race. But Aggie also died to the Gravebirds one time. So I guess they both threw, so it kind of evened out. But it was a cinema game for sure. That was a treat to watch. Also, when I say things like through or whatever, like, none of this is flame or anything. Like, shit happens in bingo, you know? It's just like,
GG!
love a good throw. Love a good throw.
Oh, he was muted. GG's.
GG's.
Holy. What an awful game this was for me.
Yeah, accidents.
Yeah, I should have had 85 like really early on, man. I just lost all my money.
Yeah, I
Died
was surprised to
twice.
not see that after like Mesmer, because I assumed I sniped you on Hippo since nothing was marked, and then
Nope.
you did ADM. No, okay.
No, I died to 80, or I died to the pants 3 times before I got it. It was awful, and I lost all my
Oh
money there
wow.
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I assume it was a snipe on Hippo, and then you were like, I'm gonna lose a little rune, so I'll do the ADM kill. So I assume you had ADM Hippo, and I probably could have done Secret Right Scroll to one's back, but I wanted to spite Jack by not doing it immediately. And I also wanted to do
Wow.
the unique FT pots because I never did it before, and man, I don't have a good route for that.
Yeah, that one's a little different depending on if it's 2, 3, if you're rushing it, if you're not rushing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else
So
did I do
yeah,
that was really bad? Oh yeah, I forgot to get a grace, and that cost me. What square did that cost me? That cost me blow a finger for getting the grace.
okay. Did you do like the wall, the hold around back section at the beginning, or no?
Yes, he did.
Or
Yes. Okay.
yeah, and then you didn't mark ADM as a rush, so I went back for it.
Yeah. I realized a bit late that row 3, if you had back section, could become a real problem
Yeah,
for
there was a
me.
lot of look at row 2, look at row
Yeah,
1. Those are kind of
yeah,
they were all kind of scary.
yeah, and man, if I lost Kindred Cookbook, I was in shit. Holy shit. Did you try to go for it?
No, I
Okay.
didn't. I just thought you would have saw it and just been like, I have to
Hi,
go there.
Cosmic
Like, I can't
Octopus.
let you
Yeah.
just go. Like if I kill ADM, I thought you'd look at the roll. Like the when I got the secret right scroll, I was like, oh, he might actually be in a little trouble here. Like
Yeah,
if
because I thought I probably gonna go kill Mesmer because like if not that line up top is like free if I ever block your other line. But it's so long
trans
that I could not race it, so I decided to not go Mesmer. And I was quite happy when you marked it and I was like, oh let's go, game is continuing.
Hmm. Jack, would you say that I would have won Lamenter transformation if I didn't have a pants incident?
Uh, um, if you also didn't do Egon's finger,
Yeah, I was about to enter Egon's finger fight when you marked it, so I just continued straight to the painting that I already grabbed.
Hmm.
And I was like, I don't think you grabbed the painting toward Rakshasa. Maybe you were
Pants
gonna go
incident.
grab it and then continue at the top, or like after marking the Gunsferal finger, wanted to do the Lamenter combo, and I felt I was in a good position to
Say was a little ahead on the
just go grab
blow.
the transformation since I was in Jagged Peak itself.
Is that faster than me killing Lamenter?
From the place where I was, yes.
Okay.
Like I was at Egon's finger, you would have to do the entirety of the jail and the fight. While
Oh no,
just
I
have
meant
to,
if I didn't die, if I didn't have a pants incident, is what I'm trying to
Oh,
think of.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, if I'm trying to calculate that time into not dying 3 times
Okay,
to the
okay.
wolf, I think I would have had transformation Lamenter actually. Maybe it would have been close. I would have been in the jail fighting it when you either got the painting or I took both. It would have been that, I think.
Okay. Yeah, like.
But I didn't even get to the jail before you marked it, and I was like, "Yep, I knew that was coming."
Why did we do
I-
the pants then, Swed? Just out of curiosity.
What do you mean? Why did I do it?
Well, because Say went front side pretty obviously from the marks, so like he was nowhere near the pants. So why
Hey, you
why
just
do it at the
backside
time?
skip, bro. It's not that. It's kind of got to respect that.
Well, it takes time, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
that
was-
was the question I had. That's the end of question.
I guess like no. I mean, I guess backside skip exists would be my question.
Yeah,
Or my
like,
answer.
I had basically put an X on Gaius' pants since the very beginning. I was like,
I
yeah,
was
I'm not going
surprised
back
seeing you go for
section.
hippo. I was like, hippo? Really?
Well, the thing is, I saw if I do the hippo into the leather rune, then I have the 2 hippos, I have Devonia, I have incantations. Like that RAL value was very good. So
Oh yeah, I suppose.
I felt like if there was ever a hippo game, that
This
one
is
could
it.
be justified. But I did not respect in Secret Right Scroll, which is like quite nice from front side as well. but I did not respect that second row enough. When you mark like the Ancient Dragon Man, I should have continued straight to one's block. I probably would have had
Yep.
it, but
I thought you were gonna get it for sure. I was like, I don't deserve this square, but I'm gonna go for it. I'm getting the
Yeah.
square. Why hasn't he marked it? Chad, am I gonna win? Do I just get this? And then I got it. And I was like, oh, okay. All right. So say you're from Quebec, right?
I am, yes.
Yeah. Quebec tail. They were trying to figure out your accent. It's French.
Yeah. My accent is bad. That's what it
Yeah, it
is.
doesn't sound very French at all.
Yeah. No, well, it's French, not French France.
No, I know. I'm from Canada too, so like I'm just saying it doesn't sound.
All right. I never noticed.
I'm from Nova Scotia. And I used to play like NHL a lot growing up, and a lot of
Yes.
people from Quebec play that. So like I am very familiar with the
Yes.
accent. You do not sound like someone from Quebec that speaks English. Not even slightly.
Okay. I don't know if that's good or not, but
It doesn't
thank you, I
matter.
guess.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't even matter. It's just whatever. Great fishing in Quebec. True. All right, I'm leaving. I'm gonna go eat food and work out. Thank you for the game. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Chad, that I blew it. I should have beat you, dude.
No.
I think it would have been a different game had I not had so many. The fucking money
No.
loss was the
Yeah,
worst
money
part.
loss. I was surprised you didn't mark
Oh
level
my
85
God.
like with Mesmer and stuff. So
Exactly. It was just a disaster game. But honestly, it was close. I'll take 13-9, whatever. Okay, bye guys. Bye. Just to say bye, Jack. GG's,
Bye.
Have a good one.
everyone. Bye guys.
was it a lot of close calls, or
Mm.
I know sometimes Sweats says like, "Oh, I was about to do that, but he was like 5 minutes away." So
No, I think most of what he said was accurate. One of the bigger things that cost him was he skipped the Dragon Communion altar on his way to Karos. And so you sniped him on
yeah.
the finger.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah. It felt like a good timing for me to grab it as well. So
It felt dangerous to me because you know he killed Mariga.
well, if I ever had a moment to try to steal that, it was there. That moment.
Right, because of the direction you were riding. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason why I tried to grab it. Like it felt the moment to try it, and that's about it. And I was like, if I ever lose it, well, let me just go prep a tiny bit more towards PK, and then like I forgot that I had Romina Grace, which is why I went Bellerat for the.
I
Lion.
was wondering about that, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot I had Romina. I was like, oh god, I need to go all the way up Bellerat. I grabbed the Grace inside, I opened the map, I see the Grace in front of Romina, and I'm like, whoops.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, and man, what a dead night, right?
That was a death knight, all right. Jesus.
All right. So let's go.
All
Can go three other months without playing a 1v1.
Yeah, your once a season match.
Once a season match, exactly.
All right,
Alright,
say.
I'll be
I will
hopping off.
catch you later.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. Okay. I believe that's probably going to do it for me as well. These weekend days are very, very long with watching the full match, taking the notes, going back and reviewing everything. So I'm tired. The dog needs some love. We're gonna go raid out to Tom, who is playing Yui right now. Presumably still. So we're gonna go do that. Day off tomorrow, I will be trying to fix my camera. And I'll catch you guys on the flip. Thanks so much for hanging out. As always. And I will catch you... I already said that. Bye. GG say. Bye. Oh yeah, raid message. Hit him with something. I don't know. Maybe dumpers. Whatever. It's fine.